Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Tuesday, December the 8th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Quick sound check, please. And can you see my screen? All good? Great. Okay, so as I posted in the post alert section, I finally bit the bullet on this IPOC. I said I would take it if it got up to 11. So this is hopefully going to be a kind of a long-term swing for me. IPOC, so I'm in at 11, and 10 has to be my stop. It can't go below 10. So hopefully this will get going at some point. I don't expect it to rip today or anything like that, but this is going to be a bit of a long-termer for me. See what happens. Now, what else is happening? Lots actually. The China EVs are alive and kicking again. So look at just take a look at LI, NIO, and XPEV. They're all moving. The whole sector looks like it's moving again. So take a look at Blink, BLNK. BLNK, yeah, it's still up 4.6%, $1.24. So BLNK. Now here's another one though. This is a buyout, nothing to do with the EV sector. CRIS. Positive data for CRIS. So that's a huge gap. Look at this, 226. In fact, that's a massive gap. I actually looked at that float and thought, man, that's a big gap. I mean, 53 million, it's not huge, but it's certainly not the 2 or 3 million that you associate with a stock going up 224%. So, man, that is a big gap on that float. And it's got a ton of room. Take a look at this monthly chart. I mean, this has just got a ton of room. Let's see how far back I have to go before we see these levels. Yeah, so we have to go back 2.5 years or so before we see levels like this for CRIS. That's a big gap. FUTU, can't quite know if they've sold themselves or they've just sold a division. But anyway, FUTU up. Nero, now is Nero, I don't know if Nero is holding its gap. It was up earlier. Yeah, fading a little bit, but NURO, I don't see a specific reason for Nero being up. LXRX, could be an interesting one. LXRX. Only thing I could see on this one is an upgrade, Citigroup, from I think $2.10 to $6. So I don't see any other reason for it. Citigroup upgrades Lexicon to a buy, raises price target to 6. Gilt, G-I-L-T, G-I-L-T, excuse me, is a gap up coming right into the 200-day moving average. There it is, the 200-day. It's just a little bit above it, 650. All I could see was some kind of a multi-million-dollar order. So that is for Gilt. It's not a big float either. PLTR is still on the move here. PLTR, big day yesterday, maybe a continuation. There's its all-time high, not that far away. ONCT, again, I don't see any news for it. But another nice gap up. Decent volume, low float, 16 million in the float. And one of the, not a SPAC anymore, but was the SPAC. VLDR, looking good. A nice break here, guys. I mean, look at this. I mean, there's the all-time high right up here around 25. But look at the break for VLDR. U.S. Steel, what a run U.S. Steel has been on. X, what a run. Look at this from $11 up to, wow, I mean up to $17.80 yesterday. high this morning of 18. I mean, this is a big run. I mean, we're not talking quite a double, but I mean, that's only what, 2 weeks ago. That's on the 23rd of November. That this stock was 11. Look at this run that U.S. Steel's been on. Yeah, for CRM, I really don't. I mean, it's just way outside the price range that but I mean, obviously, if it can start to fill this gap, just way outside the price range that I look at. So, can't really help you there. If it took out 230, I guess, which was the high of yesterday, it might start to keep filling this gap. NNDM. Okay, I don't see any reason for this move. But it's up almost 9%. Look at the volume too, 1.3 million already. Okay, Tony, sure. I was asked for a link to my page. Just give me a moment here. So you know what to do, right? Go to when you click on my homepage link, go to the scan section. Magnus, I can't help you there. What I would do is I would go to the home page and start a live chat and just ask that very question, and they'll look at your account, okay? Make sure you give them the email address that you used to sign up, okay? So there's the home page, and just start a live chat. Yeah, Stitch Fix is an earnings play. SFIX is an earnings play. Big gap. Yeah, look at this. So they released earnings after hours yesterday. You can see that mauve area right here on our charts. That's the after hours, and it's held the gap. It's not an all-time high. I guess the all-time high is up here around 52.61. That's back in what was that? September of 2018. Keep an eye on this one from yesterday, GMDA. I posted that in the stocks section. Just keep an eye on this one. Had a tremendous day yesterday. It closed at 10.99. Well, sorry, it closed right here, just underneath the high. So keep an eye on this one for sure. I mean, this could easily have a second day continuation. It has, let's see, the next high looking left on that monthly chart is 12.30. So, I mean, if it can get to over 11, which is basically where it got yesterday, it could have a second day continuation. What a great day it had yesterday for the GMDA. Okay, give me a moment here. I just have a couple things I have to do before I look at the upgrades and downgrades for this morning. Chris is on the move. Boy, what a that's a big move for something that is not like a super low float. Just a minute, please. Oops. Fun and games on my other monitor. All right, now I'm bound and determined to try to hold this. I'm looking for a multi-dollar move, not 50. I mean, I'm already at 50 cents, but that's not what I'm in for, or up 45 cents, I guess. Man, oh man, Chris, what a move! I almost I took a look at this right around here. It's funny because the float kind of I thought, wow, how much more can it move with that float? But I mean, that's not a big float, but obviously that news is unbelievable. Look at this. This is going to easily trade the float today. 41 million shares already, 53 million in the float. So I'm going to make a prediction. This will trade double the float at least. At least. How much is this delayed? It is not delayed at all. Okay, the top lists are a little bit different. Okay, they update every 30 seconds, but that's the nature. But an alert window, which you don't see yet, these alert windows here, these are all when they start filling in once the market opens. This will be real-time data. My gap ups, which work in the pre-market, this is all real-time data. Okay, now guys, I am experimenting a little bit with my watch list today, so it might go a little bit crazy. Oh, wait a minute. Let me check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning. So let me just do a quick check. Okay, well, I'm glad they announced now instead of while the market was open. Well, normal market hours, whatever that means anymore. All right, here are the upgrades this morning. You know, I see this Smile Direct SDC and an upgrade. I saw it was a little bit active this morning also. There's that upgrade by Citigroup for LXRX. I always find it a little interesting when, big name financial institutions like a Citigroup takes a look at a really small one like a LXRX. All right, there. Let me get the downgrades in, and I'll take a look, the Dreamer, okay? Let me just get the downgrades in. TOL is starting to sync here. I'm just hearing it. Text to voice. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Okay, let me just do a quick check to see whether or not that is happening with me. Nope. I just clicked on a symbol and it is appearing. Now, I don't have to ask the obvious. You are connected. You did connect, right? And you are connected. I mean, I know you know. Oh, you did a reset and fix it. Okay, great. Wow, Chris is just serious rippage here. 44 million now. All right, guys. Now we may get way too many symbols for my watch list. I'm doing a little bit of an experiment with it today. But if you do want to follow along my watch list, if you click on from the toolbar, click on New and then Channel Bar, and then my watch list, Barry's watch list, and remember, everything in here is a layout, but so before you do that, make sure you save your layout to the cloud if you have one up and running. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. And again, nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. You'll start to get some action right here at 9:30, but I put a delay on purpose for these two windows at 9:45. Doesn't mean we'll get something at 9:45, but we'll definitely not get anything before 9:45. So I did a little bit of, this reading. So the IPV, which is another one of these SPACs, I guess it's considered the third. I don't know if it's an acronym or LIDAR, LIDAR, but VLDR and laser, of course, were the first two. You have to just look it up, LIDAR, what it's all about. Sort of sensors for cars. And of course, look at laser. I mean, unbelievable. I mean, just 3 days ago, this was an 8 down to 1874. So anyway, IPV is going to be merging with some company, but it won't happen until 2021. And they are in that sector. We have a new sector to watch. LIDAR, LIDAR. No, I didn't check it. Yeah, okay. You said it did a financing. Okay. So what's happening with Toll? This is an earnings play, okay? So Toll Brothers, TOL, stock symbol, TOL is an earnings play, so it is gapping down. Keep an eye on the GMDA, guys. GMDA. I'm not saying to take it on an 11 break, but I mean, it is really, what did it get to in the pre-market? Got to 11. It just basically got to 11 in the pre-market. That's basically the high of yesterday. It had a tremendous day. The low was 740 all the way up to 11. To see if it has another day of continuation. LIDAR, thank you very much, Luther. See if anything else is sneaking in here. Clips CLPS. I don't think I mentioned this one, CLPS. Yeah, I actually should have. This is So what is it doing? Computers, where are they? Okay, that's China stock. Kind of thought so. So CLPS, a big gap, lots of volume, low float. Look at that float, 4.7 million in the float. Worth watching, Joe. Just a short form for worth watching. It's worth watching. Hello, New Economy. I might be able to help. This is, what's your question? The market's going to open very soon, so I may have to delay an answer depending what the question is. If you program it that way, yes. If you allow it to run in auto, we don't recommend it. We recommend if you're going to use the AI that you manage the exits on your own. But if you can run it so that it'll automatically exit with the stop or another algorithm that might kick in. It's got nothing to do with tools options. It's right in here. What you should do, if you really are interested, is to watch this video, okay? This video covers all of that, okay? It's about a 25-minute long video. You need an Interactive Brokers account in order to do all this. All right, I'm going to close these two down. You did watch the video? Okay. Well, I mean, it's up to you in the best of moderate or conservative. I mean, that is totally up to you, of course. How you want. I think the recommendation usually is to pick moderate, but I mean that's up to you. How you use the AI is going to be up to you. Okay, one moment, please. All right, guys, just waiting for the market to open about a minute and a half from now. So again, I mean, with the AI, I mean, here are the strategies right here that made the cut today. So here are your longs instructions. And I mean, it's up to you to pick how you want to do it. We can't tell you how to do it. But again, we do not recommend fully automating it, all right? The recommendation really is to manage the exits on your own, but again, it's up to you. Yeah, LI, XPAV, NIO, probably they're all running. I almost took this one. Right in this area here. 30 seconds, yes. How about 20 seconds? Okay, everybody, the market's going to open in less than 20 seconds. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. Boy, Toll is Moving down. Look at this. Oh, a big gap now down for Toll, TOL. It's an earnings play. All right, we're now open. All right, another one of these SPACs. Boy, there's so many of them. Actually, and this is only up to September. And, you know, from September to now, there have been many more. Just to give you an idea, last year there were 46. Up to September, there were 104 of them. You know, 2015, there were 13. Then went to 5, 25, 41, 46. And this year, and that's up to September. And since September, there's been a ton of, well, not a ton, but there've probably been about 20 or 30. Well, my view, I mean, obviously, the China EVs are alive again. I mean, that's really my only view on it. I mean, my view will never be, yes, you should take the trade or anything like that, as you know. But they are all, but they're all moving. And look at the volume that is coming in. All right, COTY. Wow, look at this. Did they do a financing? Looking to see if they've done a financing. No, look at Cody. Wow. Well, it looks worse than it is. I mean, it's 730, 680. That's just a big candle there. COTY, the gap down. You know what one is really moving is Moderna, mRNA. Look at Moderna on the move here. Of course, the big fingers crossed drug vaccine play. All right, so GMDA did not take out 11 yet. I'm going to stick an alert, a price alert, right up here in case it does later on. It's a relatively low float, 27 million in the float. Just want to see if it takes out yesterday's high. Okay, here's some movers right now. Rite Aid, RAD. Now, typically I don't. Wow, look at Rite Aid. Wow, what a run it's had. RAD. And we have a halt now. ACET has been halted. On the way down, it is halted. So it's not a news halt. It is a volatility halt. And the market, let's see. So the market, indices, SPY is down. Dow is a little bit down. NAS is a little bit down. So to start off. All right, IPOC just okay, we do have, so we have your first AI alert for those of you who have the premium service. All right, Aqua Bounty, the big day yesterday, though it did sell off. It got up to 11.40, closed. Wow, actually it's a big $2 drop from the high. Look at HCAC. It's a little bit weak in the pre-market, but another one of these SPACs that is just ripping. Well, not ripping, but it's moving higher. PMC, PMC, good morning. Hi. And again, I usually don't trade in the first 15 minutes, so I'm just kind of waiting for things to settle down a little bit. Look at Chris. Wow. He's just ripping. So what did I say? Yeah, this will easily trade the float a couple of times. IB was down yesterday, but it's not down for me today. So I don't understand what you mean by the chat box is not working, Magnus. I don't understand what you mean by that. Oh, I see, I see. Well, people are there. Interesting. I'm not sure why. They say they have no connection? All right, let me just see something here. Let me check our home page. This is where I sent you. As a matter of fact, I didn't, Petro. I forgot. It's not like the end of the world. Okay, so this is where, so questions and answers. Okay, so it doesn't seem to be down. All you have to do is type your question in here. So I'm not sure what you mean, Magnus. I clicked on the homepage link. And this is what I get, and then questions and answers. Okay. Meanwhile, look at U.S. Steel. I mean, this is, big float, 200 million in the float. Ay, Chris, this is not wanting to stop. AXTI. AXTI just got halted, guys. Wow, AXTI just got halted. Look at this break on the daily for AXTI. Well, Chris is the one. Oh my goodness. Maybe this will trade the float 3 times today. Look at the volume that came in on that first 15-minute candle for Chris. Look at that volume right there, 32 million shares. Trading only 3.7 thousand times normal. Yeah, I would be more in love if I had it. U.S. Steel, my goodness, X. X marks the spot. What a run this has had. I mean, this is amazing. It's almost not quite a double yet. I mean, this is November 23rd. So what's that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, say 2 weeks ago. Well, what about some of the other steel plays? Let's take a look at NUE. Yeah, so the steel plays, Team ST, Boom. I haven't seen Boom for a while. So this is this is the one. MT is another steel play. I don't see it in there. MT. Boy, JMDA is really giving it up, almost like they did a financing. It's amazing how that works. I mean, it just, got up to 11 yesterday, and it tried again this morning, but it just got rejected, and now look. Okay, Magnus, I'm going to try to. All right, I just put your message in there. I just can't help you right now. I don't know why. Okay, I'm trying to get to them in the chat area. Okay, I just can't. I don't have anything. Well, listen, anything to do. I don't have access to your account. All right, Arlo. Look at Arlo. Wow, Arlo is on the move. I mean, this has got a lot of room. 782, so it's above that high, Arlo. YQ just got halted. AXTI just opened from the halt. And that's a nice open on the halt. Though it got up to 1166. The other thing is dropping is Bitcoin, GBTC, and I think that is hit Mara and also Riot. So I'm not in those. Well, it never was in Riot, but so YQ, I guess this was an IPO a couple of days ago. Okay, so Magnus, I guess we're having a problem with the chat. I'm getting the answers totally unusable at this moment. So sorry about that. I don't know what's going on. Did you not answer? You had to answer some questions regarding the account. That's the only thing I can think of, whether or not you're considered a pro or not. That's the only thing I can think of. And maybe you didn't answer. Look at Perry. Wow, look at this one. I mean, this, what's the high over here? But did you answer? Did you answer the question? You had to answer the questions. We're forced now by the exchanges to do this. So it's not a matter you're telling me you're not a pro. Well, okay, Magnus, I really can't help you. You know, when you signed up, there was something you had to fill out from the exchanges. IPOF, is he already up there? Hi, by the way, hi, Real. I didn't know he had released that one. Who are they going after? Yeah, Clips is a... Oh, what happened? Did I miss it? Not quite. So let's see what happens here with Clips CLPS. It's in from my watch list. And what sort of room does it have? Looking left. Okay, it's got some room. Definitely got some room, guys. Look at the left. $6 is the high. Okay, there's LXRX. So again, these are, you know, when you see this, it doesn't mean you take the trade immediately. It means, okay, you have the alert. Now it's up to you to kind of watch it for a while, see how it's trading. They give you like the clips. You know, let's see if it gets back up to this area again. Very low float, anything can happen. It's going to easily trade the float, of course. Meanwhile, Chris, oh, let's see how much it moves off 720. Now, you know, the reason why we don't see it early is because I do have a 15-minute delay. All right, let's see if this one can get over 4 again. Clips, CLPS. CLPS signs deal with China state-owned company for big... They're teasing me on this. Getting that no data to display. Okay. Let's see if we got the news here. And I think IB is still having some issues. Maybe. What about when you click on a headline? Just waiting to see if this Clips can get over 4 again. Wow, U.S. Steel continues to move here. Big float. Well, compared to what we're used to looking at, yeah, big float. Yeah, up Periscope for sure. Up Periscope 990, 1044. There was the alert right here. And Arlo, alert 787, 818 now. All right, I got to put an alert for Clips to see if it takes back 4. Be interested in it if it does. Wow, I mean, X is just... Man, how much more room does this have? I mean, there's looks like there's a lot of resistance right around that 22 mark, but what a run. 2 months ago, down, a $7 stock. So, about 2.5 times right there. All right, Clips is getting close to 4 again. CLPS. I'm going to see if it come back over 4. There was the alert at 419. Low float, that's the big thing. 4.7 million in the float. It's got a lot of room when you look left. See if there's any news on it. Yeah, it signs that deal with China for big data-enabled vehicle intelligent manufacturing system. So I guess we can kind of say it's in the EV market, maybe. Well, look at this. So even though this looked like it should have been really late, Chris, 720, because again, I have a 15-minute delay on this. Look at this. Chris, 780 now from 720. Wow. I guess that news, well, the reaction to the news is obviously incredible for Chris. Meanwhile, Trill, T-R-I-L. Okay, what do we have here? Maybe some support right around 13 for Trill. Yeah, no, I understand. I understand. 949 right there for Chris from the watch list. But, it's just one of those things. All right, doesn't look like Clips is going to hit 4 anytime soon, guys. So I have my alerts, a couple alerts set right here, 4 and the high right there, 421. See if it happens later on. All right, little one, AMPE. It's a big float. Yeah, that's the problem. 171 million shares in the float for basically a $1 stock. That's a lot. However, you can just see that if it can somehow take out that high right there that month, 141, then look left. Look how much room it has on a percentage basis. Okay, so the only reason I see LXRX moving is on this upgrade from Citigroup. And they've put a very aggressive price target of $7 or $6. It's not a low float, 113 minutes. They don't all have to be low floats, but well, that upgrade is really, yeah, pretty high, 24% short for LXRX. So that upgrade is really working. Again, I think it's the only news. So it got a high of 284 in the pre-market. That could stall it. Right around 284 to 3, that could easily stall LXRX. Another one of the SPACs, FEAC. So I have actually got this. I took this out of our channel. We do have the SPAC channel now. If you click on new channel bar, and right there we've added SPAC, so blank check companies, SPACs. If you're not sure what that means, just look up the acronym, SPAC. Let's see who they're trying to. Well, this continues down. Now, guys, look at this monthly chart for Trill. I mean, It still has some little bit of room. I mean, the lows are around 1186, so it's still at $1 away from these lows. Take a look on the weekly, the same. So I'm not saying to chase it down, but boy, this is really a week. And it's been a week for many days now. Look at this. It's almost $21 was the high. Only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 days ago. It's almost cut in half. Almost. I know Real mentioned CCC. All right, so Perry, a little bit of a pullback here. Oh, Trill just keeps down, moving down here, underneath 13 now. Might be hard to get. It's down 15%. Uptick rule definitely in effect. Yeah, there. So Real is talking about so AXTI. There's the VWAP 1082, just above it. Okay, NURO, look at this float, 3.7 million in the float, up 94% right now. It's going to trade the float probably, I don't know, 10, 20 times today. And what sort of resistance is there if you look left? 620. This looks better than the Clips CLPS. So what I'm going to do is just stick an alert around that 420 level, see if it gets back up there for the NURO. Do not see any specific reason for it. Boy, pardon the pun, but the trill is gone. Holy smokes. Were you BB King fans? Okay, it's back up. Nero is back up. Let's see if it can move now. Ah, did I miss it? Oh, I got a little bit, not a lot. Oh boy, it's really dry. Wow, this is all over the place, guys. All right, got some for right around 421. And it dropped back down, so I am kind of full now for the Neuro. Do not want to see it go down below 420 or 424. That's from the watch list. My goodness, Trill. Oh man. Anybody get that one? I didn't get it. I didn't. All right. All right, guys. I've just taken some off of the NURO. I'm out for around 460. Around 460. Have a little bit left. I want to extend my stay. Nice quick one from 421. However, it is moving higher. That's okay. What happened is I had an order and I didn't get all, and then it dipped back into where I wanted it, and I got my entire fill. So that I got a little bit of a break there. Why is this happening? Well, look at the float. So guys, if you're unfamiliar with the float, that's the supply of stock that is available for trading. That's a very low number, 3.7 million. Anything under, for me anyway, anything under 20 is low. So the lower that number is, when a stock is in play for whatever reason, in play, in other words, there's some kind of a catalyst. It could be news, it could be earnings, it could be who knows. I mean, for whatever reason, because I don't see any, I don't see any reason for it, but you know, it doesn't matter. Traders were piling into this, and so that's a supply, and there's high demand. So just like anything else on in this in the world, high supply, low demand, prices go up. Sorry, low supply, high demand, prices go up. Okay, so I'm just kind of watching some other ones. CTRA, so keep an eye on this. I don't think I've ever seen this one before. Where are they out of? Tennessee. Okay, so CTRA, and it's a low float. Look at this move. So it's just over the whole number, 10. It's a low float, not very much volume. That's the big issue, not very much volume. Okay, I'm all out of that Neuro. I took most of it out on that big quick pop. May get back in at some point, but I'm all out of it now. This might be a short now, guys. GMDA. I don't know if shorts are available for me. They are. I mean, this is just weak. You know, it's sort of almost a green bar ignored right here. Yeah, nice move after earnings. You know, December 3rd had earnings for MIK, and this was the big move right here. Kind of rested, and now just another move for Michael's MIK. Okay, look at this Velodyne now, VLDR. After these bottoming tails, sellers tried to knock it down 3 times. Looks like they've given up, and the buyers are in control again. Now, if you're wondering why so late on the alert, 2148, again, it has to take out the high. So unfortunately, we had a high of Velodyne right up here, or Velodyne right up here. So I had to wait, and then when it broke, that's why we got the alert at 2148. Still not bad, 2193 right now. Ah, that's why. Okay. I had a sound alert. This is from, so this is an applause sound alert. If you took it out of the channel bar. Okay, guys, Neuro may be getting set again. And URO may be getting set again. Yalla. Yeah, wow. Nice. Down to what, 16 yesterday? Ooh, guys, Neuro. I don't have any more left, but Neuro looks like it might be getting set for another one. Keep an eye on clips. Yeah, I mean, if CLPS, if it gets back over 4, again, it's another low float. It looks a lot like Neuro. When you look left, look at the room. Okay, that's all I was doing. And then look at NURO. See how very similar it looks, at least on the weekly chart. Whoa, UMC tumbling down. There's a huge float, 2 billion in the float. Wow, Neuro right back up. I do not have any left. See if it takes out that high and continues to run. If you have it, just be aware of this level up here. If you still have it, 620. I mean, that's far enough away. There you go. Wow. So again, but be aware of this level up here. If you still have it, that's looks like that's around 625. All right, you might want to keep an eye on Chris, CRIS. Keep an eye on Chris. You know, see if it can hold 6. It doesn't look good right now, though. It doesn't look good like it wants to hold it. This was not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Who's your broker, Ryan? Because there's no short Fidelity, okay. Yeah, no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. UMC, look at this. I mean, this has got Now this is shortable for me. Big float, 2 billion in the float. All right, guys, give me, what time is it? 10:16. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. All right, I see that Perry, wow, Perry started to move again. Another new high. Boy, look at this. So just taking a look at some of these from my watch list, see what has moved. Okay, guys, if you have the AI, you know, in fact, there are a couple that are in my wheelhouse. And that's the news for QuantumScape. I see you've been talking about that one. Wow, that's that. Oh, so this is an IPO from back here. I remember this one. Okay, guys, Neuro, big bottoming tail now for NURO on the 15-minute. In fact, well, there it goes. I was just looking at that bottoming tail right there. So again, if you're new to trading, you know, pay attention to these like bottoming tails and topping tails, especially if you get a series of them in a row. So again, you have to, you know, it's a kind of a clue to what. Now, this was up. Now this looks like it's starting to come back down again. But if you see a bunch of bottoming tails in a row, you have to figure out what that means, get a sense for what's happening. Because that, you know, again, this is not a good example now, unless it moves right back up here, then you'll see that nice big bottoming tail again. But what it would mean is that, the sellers were trying to knock it down, the buyers are taking it up. And eventually, one side gives up, for a while anyway. Okay, so this is not shortable for me either. Nero is not shortable for me. Ooh, it is shortable now. Yesterday Kodak was not shortable for me. How many shares? Yeah, not very many. 27,000, but it is shortable. I'm not going to chase it down now, but it is shortable. All right, give me a moment here, guys. I have to change a sound alert. Meanwhile, Perry continues here. Let's see any news on them. Roth Capital maintains a buy on Perion Networks, raises price target to $12. So where are you now? So not that far away. Big Oil Index, NRGD. This is an ETF. Normally I don't have the ETFs in here, but I don't have that special filter that we use to get rid of ETFs. Not a special filter, really. Just use the earnings per share. All right. Well, that was it for Nero. Well, it was great while it lasted. Remember what I was saying about the LXRX? I thought it might really struggle to get through 3, number 1. And there's the high looking left was 288, I think. 289, what did it get to? It got up to 276, so very close to that high. Thought it might struggle right around there. U.S. Steel is just a monster. Excellent alert from the AI. I'll tell you about it now. I don't talk about the AI alerts as they happen, but this is past. So there was the alert 1869. 1905 right now. pretty steady, only well, little bit of a pullback. So there was the alert, there's the candle. So it did pull back, had all sorts of opportunity to get into this trade. So for those of you, who get really uptight about, man, I got the alert at 1869. Now it's 1871, so I've missed the trade. You had all sorts of opportunity to get into this one. You don't have to take them right on the alert. They're not designed, to make 2 or 3 cents. Well, surprising, yeah, Rodak. I mean, it is surprising how well it moved with that float. I mean, we had the alert here from my watch list at 1842. What was the alert from the AI? The AI was at 1869, so mine was 27 cents earlier. Wow, another fast and furious morning. So I think I'll start my spiel right now. Usually I wait till about 10:30. But first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome. This is the format, Monday to Friday, between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen and live on the mic. I'm going to put my homepage link into the room. Okay, so if you do click on my homepage link, a lot of information there, including how to take out a subscription. So there's a promo code, Barry for Alpha, capital letters, 15% off the first 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. So let's just see how much Trade Ideas does cost. We have 4 plans. We have a premium and a standard annual. The premium annual is $22.68 a year minus the 15%. The standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference, people normally, why they sign up for a premium subscription, is to have access to the AI, which I'm going to go over. There are some other differences, but that is the main reason. You do not have to take out an annual plan. They got a monthly plan. Standard is $118 less 15%. Good way to try us out. Or the premium, $228 less the 15%. These are not contracts; they're just month to month. So it's a good way to try us out. And if you do like us and you want to upgrade, say from standard to premium or from monthly to annual, you can do so, and the company will honor the 15% promo code. More information from my homepage. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a recap of what's happened in the room. This is pretty popular. Here are all the scans that I'm sharing. So if you click here, you'll see all of the scans that I'm sharing. If you're new to Trade Ideas, or even if you don't have Trade Ideas, but you want to see what sort of features we'd have, you click here. I'm going to put this, I like to put this one in on its own. The 20 short lessons. So if you're new to Trade Ideas, yeah, there's something, there is something wrong, Magnus. I'm sorry with our website. I do apologize. There's nothing I can do about it right now. So the 20 short lessons, if you click on the 20 short lessons, this is what you're going to see. what is a top list, build a top list, alert window, etc. All of the basic features of Trade Ideas covered here. So again, if you're new to Trade Ideas, really recommend you look at this. If you don't have Trade Ideas, take a look at it so you can see some of the basic things that we can do. More education, daily support sessions. So along with this room that you guys are in, there's also a YouTube feed, and it's basically the same. They hear me, they see my screen, just not quite as active, not as many active traders as you see in this room here. But I do monitor it, but I do take a break at noon. So from 12 to 1, another trader takes over. And I'll pop that link in if you want to go over to the YouTube feed at 12 o'clock when I do take a break. Daily webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. You can sign up for them all right here. They are all archived. All of this is free. More educational videos and trading books. All right, so there's a lot of information on my homepage. And now I'm going to go over the AI and Brokerage Plus. Let's see, is there an issue? Let me just see if there is an issue with the web-based version. Give me a moment here. Doesn't appear to be. I've got a green ball, so not sure what's happening on your end, Ram. Are you connected somewhere else? Maybe just try to do a reload. You know, you can only have, I don't know if do you have the app open also by any chance? Otherwise, you know, I don't know how I can help you. And unfortunately, it looks like our homepage for the tech support is having some issues today. Yeah, it's got to be something. Are you a new subscriber, Ram? Sometimes what happens is you didn't fill out the agreements, or is this? Are you a subscriber and this is the first time it's happened, or are you a brand new subscriber? Meanwhile, CTRA. So I had the alert. It dipped, and now look at it right now. All right, I do want to go over what the AI is all about. Okay, so there's got to be something going on with your account. Yeah, so again, I do apologize. We seem to be having an issue with our chat support. Yeah, it keeps logging out of the chat. I'm just looking at the tech guys who normally would handle tech and accounting, who would normally handle, and they're saying there is an issue. So I do apologize. I'm sure our guys are hard at work trying to fix the situation. Interesting. Okay. All right, guys. So this is what the AI is all about. We have what we call 50 baseline strategies. And once the market closes, the AI gets to work on an optimization routine for those 50 baseline strategies. That's what happened last night once the market closed. These, out of the 50, these are the ones that made the cut. They made the cut, had the right profit factor, win percentage combination, some other factors. I wouldn't really get too hung up on why strategies make the cut, except the fact that these are the ones that made the cut. Now this is what I would do. In order to see the alerts, if you have the premium service, click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. That's what I would do. You'll have this window, and you'll see the alerts as they come in. You'll have an entry, you'll have a stop, and it's up to you to manage the trades. I mean, I can tell you right off the bat, look at this one. I mean, there was the alert at 2208. It's at 24 now. And X, 1869 at 1905 now. Okay, there are only 3 other alerts. One actually got stopped out. But just, I use it like a watch list all day long. Sometimes you'll have, other entries. So if you feel you missed one, for instance, look at X. What if X really bases well at 19? Like it's trying to do. It looks like it's trying to do that. All right? A little red bar there. What if it really based well at 19, and then all of a sudden it just took a pop? On volume. That would give you another entry. So that's how I use it. I use it as a watch list. All right, now I do want to talk about, hello Jenny, I want to talk about, yep, new economy, absolutely. Do you know how to set it up on an alert window? It's exactly the same. Just right click on the window, properties, actions. And then follow. Have you done this for an alert window? It's exactly the same setup. Just right click, actions, and then follow. Have you done that before? Okay, so it's exactly the same then. If you've done it for an alert window, it's exactly the same. I can't resist. A, nice Canadian symbol. Man, I mean, what a great alert for EH. Okay, I want to talk about, first of all, I want to talk about what our program does. So we are a scanner first and foremost. All right, that's what we do. That's what Trade Ideas is. And I like to call it an event-based scanner. You create the event, you create the type of setup that you're looking for, and then you just wait for the alerts to happen. So as an example, for my basic new highs and lows, this is what I did. And this is for me. I like to see stocks between 1 and 20. The current volume is at least 4, which means it's trading at least 4 times as much as normal up to this point of the day. Minimum of 400,000 shares, up or down 4%. This little filter usually gets rid of all the ETFs. And then this number means it's had to have made at least 45 new highs, okay? That's my setup. Of course, we've got a lot of filters, a lot of alerts, a lot of filters that you can add your own filters, or of course, if you do take this one, it's one of the scans that I'm sharing, you might have a completely different idea of a price range you want. So of course you can make the adjustments. You can adjust anything you want. So this is what I mean by an event. So if those filters are met, these filters are all met, and a stock makes a new high, we get a real-time alert, or a new low. We get a real-time alert. Okay, so that's why these stocks are showing up here. So that's what Trade Ideas does. And of course you can create all your own scenarios. Now, we link with many brokerage platforms. Linking, we have what we call an external linking tool from the toolbar, external linking. Okay, you just add a link and then you follow the instructions. So what does linking do? Linking is a time saver. Okay, Jenny, so I'm not sure really, is that a question? I do not recommend, we do not recommend fully automating the AI. You know, I say this all the time. You want to take the trades maybe on auto on the entry, but we recommend managing the exits on your own. So back to what linking is. Linking is a time saver. So when I click on a link, when I click on an alert, it's automatically going to load into my order entry. So from there, from within there, I can trade. So instead of my having to type symbols in all day long, it's just going to automatically load into the order entry of your brokerage platform. Look at Arlo. Now, when you say it's not initiated, yeah, so Jenny, more than likely, I didn't see what happened. Are you familiar with the limit offset? And if you're not, I don't know if you've seen the video, but just very, very quickly. See this limit offset right there? Now this is set at 11 cents. I don't know what yours was set at, but for instance, if a stock is moving pretty quickly, you might get the alert that, I'll use this as an example, 479, but it's moving so quickly that even if you're auto trading, you can't get it until say 485 as an example. So that would be like 6 cents, above the where you got the alert. So that's what the limit offset is all about. How far outside of the alert are you willing to go? Yeah, so that's the reason. If you set it to 1 cent, Jenny, I'm amazed you're getting any fills. Okay, that means the bid ask has to be literally a penny. So I mean that's the issue right there. Now, how far outside you're going to do it, I mean, that's up to you. But 1 cent is very, very low. You probably are not getting very many fills. All right, so now if you happen to have an Interactive Brokers account, you can actually use, this is what we call Brokerage Plus. This is the Brokerage Plus module available in our standard service. If you have an Interactive Brokers account, instead of having to trade from within Interactive Brokers, you can actually use this screen right here to trade. And how you would do that? I will force you to watch this video. Okay, and that Brokerage Plus intro, including you, Jenny, because I think that limit offset is covered in there. Okay, and there you go. New Economy saying it's the best video. That's about 25 minutes long, and it's well worth it. I mean, if you're serious about using IB and trading your live real money, you're doing yourself a huge disservice by not watching that video, because it covers all the aspects. How to set up your own buying and shorting scenarios. So, you click on an alert, you check the chart, you like what you see, you go back, right click, and then you pick how you want to trade it. So it's not quite auto trading, but it's pretty darn close. So that is if you have an Interactive Brokers account. All right. Now, the other way to use this Brokerage Plus window is as a paper trading module. Okay. You click on the SIM right here from the toolbar. Now this is only available in the app. It's not available with the web-based version. And so I always say this. I mean, if you're new to trading, before you commit money to the market, practice trading. Practice trading. All right? So it's using our real-time data. Doesn't matter what brokerage account you've got. It's using our real-time data. Practice trading. So let's just do one. this PLG. What a nice move for PLG. Now, you can do some things here. So for instance, well, I'm going to take it right now. I just want to show you how you can do it very, very simply. I got a couple of hundred shares. I'm going to take it right at the market. It's only a penny spread. So you see, it just took it at $5. LXRX, guys, is getting close to this that high right there. It's right at it. Now, we always talk about having a stop. You get into a trade, you should always know where your stop is. I know it's hard to take, but not every trade is going to work. So before you get into a trade, you have to know where your stop is, because that'll help you share size. I'll explain that in a little bit, but I'm going to show you how you can put a stop in. I'm going to put a pretty wide stop, but you can right click, add the stop order. I'm going to put 470. I want to do that so you can really see it on the chart. So you can see right there in that daily chart, you see that if it got down to $4.70, it would take me out for a $59 loss. Unfortunately, because we're right at the highs here, we're not going to be able, I'm going to put a target in, but we'll see a line. We won't see the actual, how much you would make if it hit the target. But I can do this, add a target. I'm making this up, of course, 5.3. The line should appear, you just won't see the number because it's above. So at this point, if I let this run automatically, and if the price went down to 470, it would take me out for a $59 loss. If it went up to 530, probably take me out for about a $60 gain. Okay, these lines are movable on the chart, so you can use this like a trailing stop. So let's say the trade really started to work well. You can start moving this line right on the chart, move it up. Look at Arlo, wow. Okay, so I really, really encourage you to practice trading before you commit money to the market. Now, there are other things you can do. You could set it up that, instead of taking it right, you might be more of a pullback player, and you might say, you know what, I like to take Tusk, but I want to see, I'll take it if it pulls back to, say, 260. Okay, so here's what you could do. Put 260 in both boxes here. This may not happen, but just want to show you how you do it. Click the buy button, and notice how this line shows up right in the chart. So if at any point, if Tusk moves down to 260, it'll take the trade. So this is like a pullback. I could have done something a little bit differently too. There could have been an area above the price that I thought if it could break that, I would want to get into the trade. So I could have put this, above. Sort of like the LXRX. No, Tusk, man, oh man, this is moving here. Wow. Give me a moment here, please. Okay. Look at LXRX. Well, it took it out. It took out like nothing that high. And you know, this is a big float, 113 million in the float. I mean, this is not a low float situation. So why I organize it like this, in case you're wondering what the repeating version in my watch list versus these two. So when you see this at 9:45, there was the very first alert. You will not see it again in this window. So you can go kind of back in time and say, okay, had the alert at 9:45, the price was 419. What did it do from there? So really, I mean, it did pop up to 440, 444. So I mean, it wasn't terrible. The EH 2288, got up to 24 something. The LXRX, the 260, now we're at 327. So that's why I like to organize like that. The U.S. Steel 1842 got up to what, 1914. So that's why I like to have it like this, so I can kind of go back in time and see, great, I had an alert. What did it do since then? This window here, every time the stock makes a new high or a new low, in this case, we'll have that alert over and over and over again. So that's why you see the symbol repeating itself. Here, you only see it the very, very first time. And it's easy enough to see because when you click on the alert, you see there's a blue arrow. So that all that's telling you is that is the candle in the 15-minute chart where the alert happened. There it is on the 2-minute chart. There it is on the 5-minute chart. So pretty visual. You can see, okay, there's the candle. What did it do since then? Pretty good. Here's another SPAC to Mud SU. Another SPAC IPO. Now, I should have gone over this. These are hotkeys. So at any point, if I want to get out of a trade, all I have to do, I just highlight the trade, flatten it. That gets me out of a trade. This gets me out of half the trade, and this doubles. Okay, doubles my position. So these are hotkeys. Of course, you can actually just go right in here, pick how many shares you want to trade out, and the price, and sell. Yep. You won't have these two windows here, okay, but you'll have virtually everything else. Remember, it's a layout, so before you load it, make sure if you have a layout already up and running, make sure you save your layout to the cloud. Next on the hit parade, CMRX. Ooh, that's a nice one. Look at this red bar ignored on the 2-minute chart for CMRX. Almost on the 15 also, CMRX. What sort of resistance is there? Looking left, 504, it takes that out. This has got room to run, guys. 46 million in the float. Just watching it now to see if it holds 5. CMRX. Well, take a look at it on a weekly chart, a monthly chart. I mean, look if you back this out. I mean, the next high looking left is like 6. Okay. So I mean, that's when I say it has. It doesn't mean it's going to run all the way up there, but there's not a lot of chart resistance. That's why I'm always, because I'm somebody who usually is getting into things near the high or the low of the day. If I'm shorting, my main concern is, okay, looking at a daily and a weekly and a monthly chart, how much room does it have that it could keep going? You know, we don't have to worry about intraday resistance because it's already at a high. So I look at these time frames and say, okay, how much more room does it have? That's why the Neuro earlier, if you look at the Neuro earlier, you know, I mean, look, I mean, there it is on the monthly chart. It had room to go. I didn't get there, but at least we didn't have to worry about chart resistance. Look at it on the weekly chart. You know, it was above all these levels. Again, it doesn't mean it's going to get there. But like, just take that aspect of why a stock will not keep moving higher out of the equation, and that being chart resistance. There it is, the shared layout, Hakeem. Well, William, why would he even start off with options then? I mean, that's sort of advanced anyway. If he's brand new to trading, why would he even? I don't know anything about options because you know I just don't trade options. But just waiting on this CMRX, guys, to see if it regains that 5 level. Yeah, I'm surprised, William. I mean, why would he even worry about options if he's brand new to trading? No, I see. Okay, but then my depth of understanding is the same as his when it comes to options. All right, guys, just waiting on the CMRX to see if it can just pop right through 5 again. Teasing us here. Okay, guys. Okay, are you ready to run here? Are you ready to run? Really watching this CMRX, guys, to see if it like really breaks out of here again. Meanwhile, AMP, a little move. There was the original alert, 123, 133 right now. CMRX. Okay, AJ. CMRX. Notice I'm not telling you to buy it. I'm just going to repeat it so you know that I'm watching it, and it's up to you. It's like a game of chicken right now with the CMRX, trying to hold that 5. Yeah, the overall volume is good, but yeah, I mean that's what I mean. I am waiting absolutely for a volume pop through that. And I'm talking about the CMRX. So I have my price alert set up here. In fact, why don't we do this? I'm going to show you how you can do this. Let's take 300 shares, and if it popped through 515, this is what I was talking about, how you can also set up a conditional buy at a higher price. Okay, I click buy. All right, so there it is. You can't see it, it's just above here, but there's the line. So, I can leave this on all day. I mean, this might really drop, and then later on in the day, it could come back up to these highs and really rip through. Who knows? So you can leave this in all day. Well, even this one, look at this PLG, 479 on the alert and a little over 5 right now. Yalla, yalla, yalla. Oops, I went yeah. Okay. Still waiting on the Mara. What's Bitcoin doing today? Yeah, just not, hasn't had a great week. Are you still in Mara? Or do you still have a little position left for your big swing? Okay. Vimar. Oh, that's right. This is the electric boat. Market is slow today. What are you watching, Alex? Another SPAC here. I don't know this one. PropTech Acquisition Core. Oh, these SPACs. So also, guys, the paper trading, not just for those of you who you can paper trade, but also if you have a real tough time obeying your stops, you know, you have all the best intentions, you put a stop, yeah, you know what your stop is, but as it gets close to the stop, you start second guessing your stop, you start moving it down, turning into and you know, as it moves down, 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 now all of a sudden, you know, your $100 or whatever you've risked per trade starts to turn into 150 to 200 to 300 because you just will not obey your stop, even though you have all the best intentions in the world. This is where a couple things, paper trading, but even when you start trading with your account, putting in auto stops, all right, and just take the emotion completely out of it. Let the system get you out of a trade when it works against you. Well, my thoughts on PLG, it's had a tremendous week. I don't even know where the resistance is. I have to back this out on a monthly chart. How far back do I have to go? Yeah, we're going to have to go back to 2015. There's really no resistance. You know, it doesn't mean you hop in and buy it, but there's really no resistance. Well, if you don't have, well, okay. For instance, somebody in the room earlier said they got hammered, I think with ERS or something, okay? So when I hear that, when I read that, to me, what that means is, or if they say I lost a lot on something, what that means is that they didn't have a stop or didn't obey the stop. Because when you lose in a trade, it should be a manageable loss. It shouldn't be a destroyer, okay? You know, and commissions are so cheap, even if you have IB with the horrible half a cent a share, and I'm tongue in cheek, commissions are so cheap that there's no excuse for well, I don't want to pay the commissions to get out of a trade, and then yes, I could get back in. It should be not even a question. So maybe Praveen, for you, you have to put in auto stops. You just have to do it until you finally. There's nothing wrong with doing that. Yeah, this CMRX is looking really interesting, guys. Look at this little base right here, and look at. I'd like to see some volume come in to just pop it right through. Well, I'm going to miss the yalla 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 GKK. Well, I see one topping tail. I don't see a bunch. I see one topping tail in the 15. I see some little ones on the 2. But, these are rising bottoms, as they say. Higher lows. I'd love for this to get to the 515 to show you how this works, how it'll take the trade. Yeah, just little ones though, very, very little. I mean, I'm not saying they're not, that is the biggest one right there. What, 514 down to 5. Just some really little topping tails. If you can obey it. Yeah, Jay, I don't use, oh, I see, you do use hard stops, okay. I use mental stops, I've, took me a long time. I mean, I'm not unlike everybody else, you get into a trade, you put a stop in, and then you start to second guess it because you can't believe it's not working, and you just second guess the stop, thinking, well, it's obviously too tight because everything I know about this company and what I'm seeing on the charts, it has to keep going up. But if I were in a lot of trades at the same time, I would have to be using hard stops. But typically, I'm in usually no more than 2 at a time. Means it's right at the top, Praveen. It means right at the top. So right here, it's at the top of the 5-day range, top of the 20, top of the year, 3-month, obviously, 2-year range. But if you look at the lifetime, it's still, it's not 50% because that is red. Okay, so that's what that means. Yeah, she is. All right, Chloe. I love you too. Here's another one. Look at now again. Okay, you talk about room, so look at ARPO as an example. All right. So you look left on that monthly chart. What do you see? The next high looking left on that monthly chart is way up here at 427. Now you can back out the weekly chart. Same thing. Look at it. It's way up here. Look at the room ARPO has. Okay, one moment, please. I'm going to lose my headset. So just 1 second. And now we're back. It did trigger. It did trigger. So see how that worked? So it took the trade at 516. Well, I mean, Praveen, it could. I mean, this is just a visual way. Instead of even having to look at a chart, I can, I look at CMRX, so it's at a 2-year high. Okay, it's at a 2-year high, 3-month high, etc., etc. This is just a nice visual presentation. No more, no less. So this is what we talk about when we talk about position sizing, okay? So I'll use a very simple mathematical example. So this is what Real is talking about also. If you don't have a stop, I mean, I know there are people say, I never have a stop and it always works. Great. Well, then you're one of the very few. Having a stop, though, just it's risk management. It protects your account the whole bit. You more than likely will not blow up your account as long as you have a stop and you stick to it. So let's just take an example. So you get into a stock. Stock is at $10. You look on the chart, and let's just say, I'll use this as an example. And all this was at $9.90. Okay. Which would look like pretty decent support right on the chart. So you look at that chart, or you have a $10 stock and you want to get into it. Your stop then would be 10 cents away. So you're going to risk 10 cents on the trade. So how many shares would you buy? Well, that's now how much you're going to risk per trade in a dollar amount. Now, obviously, if you have a $5,000 account, you're not going to risk $1,000 a trade. But let's just, for argument's sake, again, to make the math really simple, you're willing, based on your account size, you can afford to risk, say, $100 a trade. If the trade works against you, you're out for a $100 loss, manageable. So in that situation where your stop is 10 cents away, and this is not 10 cents like a made-up number. I hear people say, well, I risk 10 cents a trade or 20 cents a trade or, just it doesn't mean anything. Your stop should be based on what the chart is telling you. If you want to use moving averages, so if it hits a moving average, you should be out. That's fine, but you have to have a way to determine where your stop is in a more scientific sense rather than just, well, I risk 10 cents a trade. So if I am risking 10 cents a trade based on the chart, that means for that particular stock at $10, I could buy 1,000 shares. 1,000 shares times 10 cents, if I lose, is $100. That's how it works. So that's why we always say you have to know where your stop is. You're going to get into a trade, you have to know where your stop is in order to position size yourself. Now, a word about US Steel. Remember, this is an AI trade. So look what it did. It got right back to the AI price again. Gave you an opportunity maybe to take the trade again. Or if you didn't get it the first time, you could have taken it right there, maybe taken some off as it pulled back, but look at it now. So this is what I always talking about is the AI should be used like a watch list. And don't get so hung up on you get an alert and man, I missed it. It's 3 cents away. Therefore, the trade is destroyed for me. So XNet is a crypto, right? At least it used to be. Yeah, you see, I don't typically, if there's no resistance at all, in other words, there's a lifetime high. I mean, for me, I don't put profit targets. I think Real might say, you look at fib levels, extended fibs. I don't do that, but that's a way to do it. Don't ask me how, because I don't do it. You'd have to draw your fibs, Fibonacci's, or extended, things like that. I typically do not put profit targets. Though Real would say I do. If I got into ARPO, I'm looking here. The fantasy area would be 427. It's not, but I don't consider that a target. But that would be something that I'd love to shoot for. But it's not a target in my mind. I can't imagine that it would go from 210, to 430 now, today. And that's when Real's going to say, I do use profit targets. ARPO marks on the move here, guys. Again, okay, here's my profit target. 427. I haven't even looked at what the market's doing, so a little disconnect, mild. Dow's up a little, SPY's up a little, tech is down a little. So mild disconnect. He's Jay Cash. I don't know how many times you've been in the room. He's just kidding. He's just kidding. Okay, so Long Lee. Again, I don't give investment advice, but if your stop is 328, as long as you get out where your stop is, I see it's right at the bottom here. So I'm not going to tell you to sell it now. I'm just saying, but if you have your stop, just obey it. That's all I can say. Well, many. Basic new highs and lows. Zara, right here. Basic new highs and lows. One of the scans I'm sharing. All right, so CMRX just not quite ready yet. In fact, this looks bad now. There is it shortable? Yeah, it is shortable. This is a cross that looks like it's starting to happen right there. That 8 EMA in the 2-minute chart is crossing down below the 20 SMA on the 2-minute chart. That sets up a potential short. Okay, would have been right there around 503. So Long Lee, are you talking about like literally futures? I don't look at futures at all. So if you're talking about E-minis and things like that, I don't look at that at all. So I'm not the right person to ask about a target. Do we sell the? Not that I'm aware of. Now we have partners called loosely, that we do webinars with. I think we're not doing as many like that anymore, but we don't sell the list. Yeah, it's not. We don't sell it. No. Oh, CLPS. Oh, I see. No, not really. I mean, you can. There's the high in the pre-market, 464. I mean, I don't have I have no idea where CLPS is going right now. All right, guys, 11:30. It's hard to put a target on something like that. I mean, I was asked a target because it's choppy right now. I mean, CLPS, pull back, little pop up, pull back, pop up, pull back, pop up. I mean, right now, I mean, unless it really took out this area here and then that area here, I don't know where it's going. Well, I was definitely wrong about this one. I thought this would stall a lot harder right here, that high, which was about 295, 292. I thought maybe that whole number might stop it, but not even close. Yeah, it could, depending on what their earnings release or how it's perceived. Question was GME. It's got a big high float. Short float is over 100%. You have to look that up, naked shorting or whatever. But so they release December 8th. So they release after hours today. No, I mean, I never play earnings. By saying that, I mean, I'm not going to buy GME and hold it through earnings. I never ever do things like that. But obviously, if the perception is good and you've got that high short float, anything can happen. All right, guys, give me a couple of minutes. I'll be right back. All right, I am now back. Well, look at the SPY. So the SPY's on it, making a nice little move here, guys. Nice little move. Haven't really paid attention to the overall market today. All right, guys, 11:36. So I'll be taking my break in about 20 minutes. CVGI, I was asked, where are they out of? So they're a U.S. company, okay. Well, I see a lot of resistance not that far away. I mean, look at that monthly chart. There's 9 right there. I mean, it's not that far away. I just, to me, I'd like to see a lot less resistance. I mean, listen, it could pop right through like the LXRX did, but I just see a lot of resistance. So when I see that, I usually just don't even pay attention to it. I don't see any specific news on it either. I'm not giving up on CMRX, guys. I want to see it's holding 5. So a lot of times what can happen, I mean, this may hold 5 for a long time. It may not, of course, but if it bases well, a lot of times after lunch, you see some of these things that move that have really had big moves. This has not had like an extraordinary move. I mean, we get pretty jaded. 11% is obviously no. In fact, I should be looking at here. No, okay. One of the reasons is I didn't even look at this. You know, I look at CMRX. The high is 522. I was more concentrated on this 504, but I mean, the high right there is 522. So I mean, this may really struggle to get through this level right here also. Another one from the AI, 1148, 1182 now for GoGo. So you can see right here for AMPE. There's the high looking left, guys. I mean, it's only 139. But this is not a low float. It's 171 million in the float for a dollar stock. That's huge. So, but I mean, look, if it can take that out, I mean, look left. Look at the room it's got. Yeah. Every now and then the voice cracks. So what I have to do is just put a, well, I do have an alert set right there. We'll definitely keep an eye on this CMRX, guys. But it really has to take out that 520 also. I'm not liking this as much as I thought. But if it can take out that 520. H&R Block, HRB. Look at HRB. Wow, this is really moving down here. Oh, this is an earnings play, really. December 8th pre-market. So released right here, pre-market. The initial reaction was okay. Actually popped up 1826, dropping, and look what is coming into the picture here. The 200-day moving average is 616, 1616. Well, here's another one on the move. Big float, another big float for a cheap stock. 200 million in it for a $5 stock. CNDT, but look at the volume that came in on that 15-minute chart. Okay, I don't know if that's if you're just kidding there, Xanadu, or Well, there it is right there. There's the monthly. Well, there's the monthly high that it has to get through, 139 right there. So that's 3 months ago. Just that little topping tail right there. After that, yeah, I mean, it's got all this potential room. Meanwhile, LXRX just is, well, that Citigroup upgrade to 6 has really, really helped us. I don't see any other news for it. All right, guys, it's 11:45. Today is Tuesday, so today is Steve Gomez, who is the originator of the Trades of the Week. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the link to the YouTube room in right here. So if you want to head over there around noon, Steve can go over all the ins and outs of how he comes up with the trades of the week and other things I'm sure he'll talk about. I don't think it's triggered yet. Yeah, the trade of the week is GILD, but the trigger was 62. Oh, wait a minute. Did it trigger? Not quite. It got up to 61.98, so it didn't quite trigger. Now, my guess is this is going to be a pink sheet stock, and yeah. So I'm sorry, man. I'm going to delete your. I think what you're doing is you come into the room and you're just pumping something. I don't recognize you at all. I apologize if that's not what you're doing, but this is not the room for that. Okay? Yeah, so Henry, and I don't recognize you at all, so sometimes we get a little skeptical when somebody is their very, very, very first post. It looks like a little bit of pumping, and especially on a pink sheet stock. I mean, it looked pretty good, to be honest. But that's why I deleted the post, so hopefully you take it the right way. Geronimo, well, I'm glad you finally made it in. Look at GoGo, guys. Man, GoGo, nice, great, fantastic alert from the AI for 11:48, 12:28. Great alert from the AI. And the U.S. Steel alert is still kind of valid. I mean, it's, you know, I mean, listen, if U.S. Steel took out 1916, I mean, this could keep running. Boy, I was seriously wrong about AlexRx, thinking this 3 level would really stall it. The power of an upgrade on a really cheap stock, sometimes that works. Well, guys, there's CMRX. So will I be wrong on this one too? In terms of that 525 level looking like it's pretty tough resistance. Yeah, I mean, I can't answer. I mean, you've asked a question about the Palantir. You know, I don't know how other people feel about it. And well, again, with Blink, I mean, it's all to do with how you feel about that whole sector. I mean, it had an amazing, you know, I mean, this was a $9 stock not that long ago. So less than a month ago. I mean, you know, it's come from an amazing run. Well, guys, there's the AMP E almost at this level. Almost. It's right at it. 139, 139. Look at the weekly and the monthly. Oh, here's another one. Look at this daily break here. Look at that candle for Infi, INFI. Again, look left. What do I see? 288. Listen, I mean, it looks like it should stall right around here. You know, just around $3. All right, you may want to watch GMDA. I mean, it has bounced way off here, 878. It's bounced $1. I thought maybe this one might start to run right off the bat this morning. It was very close to yesterday's high. Just didn't do it. So this might, you know, maybe tomorrow, especially if it recovers a lot, tomorrow, maybe it takes out yesterday's high. Meanwhile, H&R Block getting closer and closer to that 200-day moving, that 200-day moving average. And this is an earnings play. Obviously, perception is not good. Pre-market looked pretty good, and then market opens and it just is really, really moving down. I mean, there's that 200-day. Will it stall there? Will it bounce off the 200-day moving average? HRB, which is 1616, sorry. Well, this CNDT is definitely moving. It's a big float, almost 200 million in the float, $5 stock. That's a big, big float. And CMRX is probably going to make me look bad here. Okay, guys, there's the AMP E. All right, I'm going to put my announcement in. I'm not leaving quite yet. I'm just waiting for Steve to show up in the YouTube feed. It's called my channel. Well, Barry's watch list. Somebody asked, "Where's my channel?" New channel bar, and right here, Barry's watch list. Okay, Steve, I see you, and you probably hear me. Okay, thanks a lot. I will stop my stream now. So again, just post into YouTube. Just say, Barry, start streaming now. Okay, then I'll know. Okay, when I'll know I can start, and I won't have to worry about kicking you out. Okay, guys, I'm going to stop my stream in YouTube.
All right, looks like you got me. Thank you, Barry. Last thing Barry said was AMPE, so I pulled that up. Pharmaceuticals. All right, hello everybody. Welcome to my desktop here for the noon hour Trade Ideas live stream. We give Barry a break. Either myself, I think we're streaming. They're good. All right. Either myself, hello, Iris, hello, Asia. Looks like you guys can see and hear me. So we had a successful handoff. Yeah, so myself or Jamie or Michael or Andy or Sean and sometimes Chris now, we fill in for the noon hour to give Barry a break and bring in people that want to ask some other questions or look at the market through another lens. So while I'm here, I'll just, keep an eye on that YouTube chat over there, and we can talk about whatever you guys want to talk about. For starters, it's just it's a slow grind higher in our markets. Really no fear out there at all. We can even look at the VXX index plunging to new lows today after trying to recover a little bit yesterday. I was going to talk a little bit about that in my afternoon webinar, but we'll see how things close up. So there's no fear in this market, none whatsoever. NASDAQ, pretty much the same. Just a real low volume grind up. Maybe it'll start turning into a melt up. I don't know, but the volumes are just very low, very suspect. Doesn't matter though, because price is what we focus on. Any good stocks for long-term hold? Well, it's a tough one. You never really know. I mean, I'll just, Some of you guys know that I was really excited about the long-term prospects of X, and I was long down here, and I pretty much sold it right here, thinking I had a great swing trade. But you never really know when things like this are just going to continue higher and laugh at me. I'm looking for a reason to get back into this thing. So I'm not really answering your question. I get that. But I don't really know how long things are going to run. And that's why I brought up this to kind of just, poke fun at myself and say, um, we never really know. I liked the steel sector a while back. I didn't realize it was going to be this strong. Cleveland Cliff as well. For the longs, I don't know. I would really like to get the uncertainty of this election out of the way first and see everything solidify before we could start maybe trying to look at bigger, longer term sectors. I've often liked the gold and silver sector, except they fell apart on me over the last few months. I was liking them a lot back here. Then they broke here, and they've just been a noisy mess ever since. But now, maybe we can answer the question with I'm starting to warm up a little bit to gold and silver again because they have breached and crossed back above, this 50-day moving average, which is kind of your binary. Is the stock healthy or is it unhealthy at a glance using the 50-day moving average? So, you could keep your eye on some of those. Somebody asked me in Discord yesterday what silver stock I like. I bought some FSM yesterday. It's had a nice run, and when silver was strong, FSM stayed in there. But for the most part, it's just kept this range going, where I've seen a lot of other silver mining stocks breach that range and fall back down into this area, respectively. So FSM, Fortuna Silver Miners, has held up pretty well. I bought some of that yesterday, and I hope to keep some of that. I was in TGB, which was another strong name, and I think Sharmila remembers talking about that when she was on Fox. It was really strong back here, and then it just broke that 50. Couldn't get back above the 50. I sold it after a bad secondary, and I told myself, well, I'll just wait and see if it can prove itself again. Well, it's back here above the 50-day moving average, the 10 period coming up to get it. Nice choppy consolidation right here. I expect TGB might move higher. And as you can see, that's a stock that's under $1.20. So, people with small accounts, people who like to trade that stuff might be interested in that one. But other than that, I don't really know what to say for the longer term. My method and my way of liking to trade is to position myself like I am in TGB, and then hopefully catch a nice day and a half or 2 or 3 day move and ride that move and sell into it as it's moving higher, and then take that capital and that profits and recycle them into another trade. And so kind of like a surfer, rather than somebody who just takes 10 of my favorite story stocks and 10 of my favorite things and just throw it up into a position and watch the PR and watch the news and cheer on those 10 stocks that the market will someday catch on to the story that I believe is in there. That's position trading. That's position trading. That's investing. I am a swing trader. I'd like to use my capital to surf the market, spot a couple of swells over there by that rock and go position myself, ride the wave for a couple days, peel out of it, paddle back out and look for another setup. That's kind of how I like to do it. Some people do that for day trading. I'm just kind of doing it on a swing trading. We actually call it swing scalping. So you're looking at the daily chart and you're scalping nice moves on the daily chart rather than scalping intraday moves on the 5-minute chart. All right, guys, let's see. Yeah, we've got a few people that came in since Barry, and the floor is open to anybody who wants to use the YouTube chat. We may have sent people here from our support group at Trade Ideas for a demonstration on how do I configure an alert to do X, Y, or Z. We can certainly go down that road. I know a lot of people do enjoy coming in here to have me look at the chart that they are into. Everybody has that one chart that they love. The one chart that you break all the rules because you hold it because you're waiting for it to go. But I'm happy to look at charts and give you an unbiased opinion, let you know what I think it looks like. If anybody wants to do that, we can look at charts as well. It always helps to know if you're long or you're thinking about going long. Two totally different scenarios when I look at a chart. All right, so what is this? Walter, profit coin EN. I assume EN is a symbol. Let's take a look. Nope. Not familiar with the question. Walter, profit coin EN, long-term hold. Oh, I'll wait till you give that another try. Coin, I'm not so sure about. The Bitcoin and the blockchains. I'm not invested in any of that. Some other guys are, like Jamie and Dan. But I hear they're looking good. Interestingly enough, our AI traded X today after I've been lamenting it for days. All right, NL. I'm going to know that that is a stock chart that we can look at. All right, first thing I do is look at what do we got here? Miscellaneous electrical equipment. NL Industries, very low volume. Very, very, very low volume. Only 1,000 shares traded today. But, it's actually okay. It's hanging on there. Just like to see things that have more volume, but it's hanging on. And the reason I say that is because it's trading above all three of its moving averages here, kind of like our S&P and our NASDAQ look like, just price action above all those tangled webs, trading in clean air. All right, Elliot's got a question. Is there no way to filter lower price stocks for holiday traders? It shows automatically. There's no way to really configure what you see or don't see in terms of price action or filter or price or volume or any of those tangible things. The only way that you could theoretically filter out for the low priced stocks are to, let me bring this up here, all of the strategies. Let's see if it's in there. Count de Monet, pull back. Okay, Mighty Mouse. You see this guy here, Mighty Mouse? Mighty Mouse has only had one trade today. Let's take a look at it. It's down here. And look at this. This is a under $10 stock. So what I'm hinting at is if you only want to see stocks that are under $10, we've got two strategies. One's called Mighty Mouse and one's called Little Big Guy. I don't see Little Big Guy in the mix today. But whenever a Mighty Mouse strategy comes out, they're going to be always stocks under $10. So what you could do is you could only say, I want to only see strategies. Here's our strategy tab right there. You could click the Mighty Mouse tab and only the Mighty Mouse tab. And that way, if anything comes out low priced, you'll see it that way. So that's kind of a workaround to your initial question there, Elliot, because specifically if you want to see only stocks under $10, you can only segment that strategy. But we cannot go in and say, only show me things that are doing this, this, and that in terms of our filters. That's not to say that it can't come at some point in time in the future, but for now it's not available. And if you want a strategy description, it's on our website under the help and traders section. It's called AI descriptions. They go through and highlight what the basic gist is of all those strategies. Hello, Shar. All right, CDNA, I've heard that name a lot. CDNA, Medical Laboratories, $67. Only done 150,000 shares today. But the chart looks really strong. I mean, obviously, if you've been long this name, you have been enjoying it. But what I see right now is I see a lot of space in between the price and the fastest of the moving averages that I use, the 10-day moving average. So, I get a little nervous when I've been sitting in big profits in a stock that looks like this, 4, 5, 6 green days in a row. It's just begging for a correction like we had here. So oftentimes when I'm getting those moves and I'm enjoying a nice move on a swing trade, I'm becoming a seller at new highs. Maybe 1/3 at a time to try and avoid giving it all back in one day, because the market can take the elevator down when it takes the stairs up. It can wipe out 8 or 9 days in one elevator down day. And you just want to try and be ahead of those days and take your profits when you can, because you can't go broke taking profits. All right, so hopefully that helped in CDNA. Good looking chart. Let's just for fun then go down and look through my sectors. Okay, we got about 30 sectors we can look at here. Starting today at the top. Okay, you're long from 548. Looking for CDNA. Long from 548, looking for 83. Well, that's a hell of a run you've had. And there's no real reason to see where resistance would be. Doing very good. Okay, so back to my sector chart here. Let's look and see. I'm going to zoom out and we're going to look at the daily charts. And I'm going to try and see what industries, what sectors look possibly ripe for a move higher. Well, right off the bat, this XLE, this energy spider, looks kind of interesting. It's just been bouncing above all its moving averages and kind of consolidating there. Might see some interesting moves from the energy sector. And there's our solar sector. I think we all know how solar has been lately. No stopping that juggernaut. Here's some Chinese stocks. K-Web is a China ETF. Nope, we went to OIHs, didn't we? My bad. Also looking good, like the energy stocks. OIH is blasting through its downward 200-day moving average, which you can see was a big deal when OIHs were getting slammed by the 200-day way back here a year ago, before we even knew what the word COVID was. Now we've broken back above that. They're trying to make a move higher. Not bad. That's the China stock, and they actually don't look bad at all in terms of that shape of a pattern there. All right, IBB, the biotechs, curiously enough, looking strong. I don't know. I mean, it's obviously the COVID stuff that's probably keeping those things. Now here comes IWM. We talk a lot about this lately. This is the Russell 2000, which is an index of only small cap stocks, not like the S&P and not like the Nasdaq. And IWM had been lagging for the longest time, but all of a sudden in the last month, all these alt energy names, all these EV, all these small cap names, if you've been playing in that realm, you've been enjoying a wonderful November, and IWM represents what a nice rotation out of the bigger name stuff into the smaller name stuff. And so that's good to see. However, I will leave you with this one thought. Sometimes the nicest and biggest bull moves often end with the small caps popping like crazy. So just keep that in the back of your mind. Retail. We've seen some retail stocks doing really well lately. Okay, there's our healthcare stocks. Nothing really to write home there. Just kind of a software. Treasuries are going to be ugly because people have not been buying treasuries. They've been buying stocks. And here's a great example of why I like to use the 50-day moving average, that blue line there, just telling us it's not healthy to be in treasuries. You're on the wrong side of the mountain when you're on the underside of that blue line, the 50-day moving average. In my book, a stock is not healthy. And then when you mix in under the 200-day on top of that, there's absolutely no reason to be in treasuries right now. But if the market all of a sudden finds some bad news and starts getting fearful about something, then you'll see the treasuries change their tune. Well, here's steel. I think we looked at X earlier, and we can all see that some fund, some big group has come in and taken a strong liking to steel. My contention is that if you want the fundamental side of it, I think 2021 will be a tremendous year for infrastructure repairs, bridges and roads and things like that. We looked at gold. It's been, again, look, same thing as the treasuries. And I told you back here, gold was very interesting to me. It could have moved out of there, and I really thought it was going to, but it doesn't matter what I think. Gold broke, and from this day forward, gold has been broken. And as you can see, it's under that blue 50-day moving average, a test there that failed. Interesting, I had no idea what this was about, but boy, was that a head fake. Dived right back down the next day, couldn't get back above, threatened under the 200-day. But now we're back to where the rubber meets the road. If over the next week, 2 weeks, gold can just find a way to slop above this 50-day moving average, I'm going to be very bullish gold and silver again. There's the Dow. There's the SPY. They all look alike. They're just grinding higher. There's silver. We talked about that too. Silver is actually looking a lot better than gold. A little bit of a head start over there as far as 3 or 4 days of closing prices. Hmm. Can you guys hear me? Yeah, I guess you can. My feed got frozen there for a second. It looks like I'm okay. All right. So let me backtrack a little bit here. We had some questions. Michael. Michael says, how do I set up a sector ETF list? So it's real simple. We'll certainly explore that. Let's just go ahead and see if there's anything else in here that I like. I stopped talking there for a minute because I thought I was frozen. So we're on silver, which is looking good. All right, thank you, Don. There's the technology. That's going to look a lot like NASDAQ. Moo. That's your agricultural ETF. There's NASDAQ. Here's the airlines. Airlines are curiously moving higher as well, even though you wouldn't think. This one's interesting. This is commercial real estate. You know, how many people do you know that used to commute that don't commute anymore to a building? I'm surprised that's holding up as well as it is, but a good example of not letting what you think should happen conflict with what the chart is telling you. That's not a bad looking chart. Nice consolidation there. What are you going to do? Gold miners, we talked about that. The semiconductors, super strong. If anything, they're getting way too stretched out, probably due for a correction. Financials. Honestly, guys, everything just looks so darn good and so darn stretched. It just makes me a little bit cautious. I am not invested in a lot of stuff right now. I'm probably 70% cash, maybe 60% cash. And some of the stuff I am invested in are the mining stuff. Like I told you, TGB, I've got a position in that. And FSM, I've got a position in that. I also have a position in VXX. It's not really something I'm bragging about. It's just one of those things. I'm buying insurance. I'm basically buying insurance. If the market does get weird, then I can make money on the downside. But, you know, I'll risk my one risk. You know, it doesn't matter if it's $100 for one person or $1,000 for another person. You just risk that one unit and let the market gyrate around and let it do what it does. I am really good at second guessing myself and getting out of trades when the trade didn't breach my initial plan. That's one thing I'm still working on, because we're all working on something. I am by no means a polished, perfect trader. Nobody is. I've just seen a lot more scenarios than some people, but it doesn't mean that always works out for me. All right. Michael, I will share this list, but here's what you have to do. You have to understand it's really nothing more than a shell. There's no filters. And then in my symbol list, notice that I'm pointing it towards a list of symbols in this tab. So step one is I can give you the shell of the scan, which is really nothing. I'll save that and share it. And we'll call this the sector shell. All right, there's the cloud link for that. But you're going to need to add these symbols. And by the way, if you don't know what those symbols are, notice if you expand the window, look at that. I've got the company name in there as a column. The company name tells you what sector that is, and you'll start to learn them that way. So the second step is you have to go to your tools and symbol lists, and you have to create a new list. I've called my list ETFs. There it is. There's 32 symbols in there. You'll have to add these symbols in the same fashion and then point that scan in the symbol list tab towards this. So I will drop and copy and drop these for those that want to use them. They come out kind of funky on the chat window there. And then to tie it all together, and Michael, whoever else wants to do that, you would right click and configure. You go to the symbol list tab. You have to first come here. This is the window tree you want to look for. Find the folder that you made and then enable it with a checkbox. And then you got yourself a symbol list. And if you'll notice, it is sorted by change from the close yesterday. So always at the top are my well-performing sectors and always at the bottom or the not so well. All right. I see a chart request. Let's take a look and see what that one was. It is from where did it go? It was Long Lee for CAMT. CAMT. All right, another low volume play. Looks like it had a real nice couple of days there. One of the reasons I mentioned earlier, my favorite move in swing trading is a day and a half or 2 days, because usually that's when you get a nice move and then you start to get some correction. So what I'm seeing is a little bit of correction after that nice 2-day move, but it's probably going to find support at where the prior resistance was. Prior resistance becomes current support, and that's probably what that's working on here. I've never heard of this name. And then if we zoom out, look at the illustration it gives us to show you how long we could have, for the most part, considered this a healthy stock in a healthy uptrend. The blue 50-day moving average, just buyers stepping in each time. And as long as the symbol remains above that blue line, it's healthy in my book. When it trades below, it starts to become unhealthy until proven otherwise. All right, looks like Michael, you got the sector list. Good. Another thing I've done in the same vein, Michael, with playing with the sector list is I just took an A window, an alert window, and I said, all I want to see are new highs and new lows. Notice there are no filters. New highs, new lows. Well, that would be pretty busy of a scan if you asked me, but what I did is I went to symbol lists and I went to existing and I found the S&P 500. So what I've done here is we already know all the symbols in the S&P 500. This is just kind of a ticker. And as the stuff comes through, green, 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 I think we can say it's kind of safe to say the pulse of the moment here in the market is not down. S&Ps are at near highs. Lots of individual names are making highs. So this is kind of an active window on my desktop. It just kind of gives me a pulse of what's hitting highs, what's hitting lows in the S&P 500 universe. Is that, yes, the 50-day SMA, Marty, is my blue line. So the blue line here on the SPY, we're way above that. And that's just kind of a general rule of thumb for me. I try not to be long stocks when they're below their 50-day moving average. They really have to start proving something back to me again. XH, you just snuck that one in there. Let's see. Oh no, that's that's not a symbol. That's your name, Michael XH. Very good. Wow, the steel sector is just amazingly strong. All right, so here is our AI, which I don't use. It's more of a tool for newer traders who are really concerned about wanting to pick the right things to trade. So our AI will generally point you in the right direction, get you interested in at least something that has value or interest. And what I mean by that is I'm going to draw this right there. The first one, EH, is doing what we call 20 times normal volume, relative volume of 20. So in our Trade Ideas database, we go back for EH and look over, I think, 10 or 15 days, and we determine what's the volume in shares at 12:24 Eastern, and how does that correspond to what it normally does, because we always know what EH is normally doing. And so that is a great metric, relative volume, to see where the action is. So the AI is generally going to try and point us in the right direction of action. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to use my pen here and illustrate how I would trade these AI picks if it were me. Now again, the entry is where the value is for new users. But the exit the AI suggests is not always the highest and best value. The human brain can process a lot more nuances as they happen in real time post-entry. And for that reason, I think the human trader can manage these things a lot better. For instance, the AI is suggesting this red line right here as the stop. Well, I'm suggesting that the moving average coming up to meet the price is where you want to have a stop. And in this case, they're pretty much one and the same if you break that moving average. So as I go through these AI trades, notice that this one hit the profit target, but then it rolled over and also hit its stop. I want to show you how I would have managed these. Ideally, I would have hopefully taken some off there as a day trader as it went to new highs and not waited for everybody to rush for the doors. But the moment it broke that moving average, which is also the entry, I probably would have cut that one. Let's take a look at this one. Got dough, want to go. Look at this. Nice breakout on the daily chart. Pretty good entry in terms of not leaving too much on the table. And there is absolutely no reason, if you are in GoGo, which was my nickname in college and high school, because last name is Gomez, I would be using the 10-period moving average to tell me when to get out. And this thing is not even close. It's on highs. There's no reason to get out of this trade. Matter of fact, I might even start looking to sell some at the next round number of 13, maybe sell 1/3 up there to try and get your price when you can. Again, it's much more fun to get prices when you can than when you have to and are forced to, as everybody's running to the fire exits. Let's look at the next symbol. The next symbol is the same strategy called got dough, wants to go, and it's, oh, look at that, it's our friend X. And X is giving us an interesting management scenario here. So I look at this and I say I probably wouldn't buy it because it's you're just asking for the music to stop. But as my good friend and coworker here, Brad, who's in charge of the AI, said, Steve, the AI doesn't have emotions. The AI doesn't care how far it's come. The AI is only looking at the statistical probabilities of everything lining up in the moment. Okay, so let's take the AI at that word. There's our entry right there on that blue line. We got in the money, we gave a little bit back, but we never dipped below our entry. But most importantly, look at what happened as the moving average came up to support. We got back in the money, and the very first test of do I stay in X or do I get out, according to Steve, stay in. There was our first test, and the price action passed the test. Now again, I'd be getting nervous and saying, all right, the next high this thing prints, I'm going to take 1/3 off. I got to just take something off the table here. That's how I would manage that one if I was a day trader. Let's go, and the further we go down the board, the less good they're going to be, starting with this one. Didn't go very far before it reversed and went negative. And I would be out, the minute it tried to close below that moving average right there, which is a bit above the stop that was suggested and deployed. Mighty Mouse, this is the one we talked about earlier when somebody asked about a low price stock. And this is a great example. I got a lot of good examples to talk about this one in terms of how would you manage this trade if you took this AI entry. So here's your AI entry, 833. We got a little bit of happiness there, but not much. Short-lived. It fell back into the red. The AI says you should give it to here. Steve says you need to respect this line. Now, this is a great, great example. I'm going to tell you why. Momentarily, we see the trade went through this line, but that's not what gets me out. What gets me out is the closing candle. We have to wait and let the noise sort itself out. These algorithms are going to do whatever they can to try and part you from your shares of a good trade so they can shake you and move higher. And they often will try and do that at these key level points. So that is why I wait for the closing price. And we see a test, a bounce, a close, and a pass. There was not a fail there. That was a pass. And we've been in, ideally, still trying to ride this thing and hopefully get back to entry point. So if you're in this trade, Arlo, the only way to get out is if one of these candles decides to close a 15-minute candle and start working on a new 15-minute candle below that rising 10 SMA. That is my risk management style. And the reason I think it's good is because it's simple. You don't see too many indicators on my chart here giving me over analysis paralysis. It's pretty much binary. Did the trade stay above the price like we saw in X? Stay in. Did the trade close below? Get out. Now this one's a short, a little different here. All right. Arrows going down. We're looking for the price to go lower. Our stop almost got stopped out, but this one is a tough one because it's really messing with me in terms of my method. That candle right there technically closed above that moving average. Probably would have got out and probably would have lamented that and then bounced back up. So this trade's really going nowhere. The point being is momentum needs to stay in motion. And that right there is what it needed to do. As soon as it hit that line and kissed that line, the price needed to be thrown down to a new fresh low. It didn't. It bled through and just got choppy and stupid, and it's still being stupid. No reason to be in that trade. Starting to get into some of the other ones down here. Oh, that's an ETF. Okay, pull back long. This will be the last one we do. There's our long. We didn't really get far. We dropped down, and the first test, well, it actually did clear. It actually stopped out there, but that one didn't close. The next one didn't close, but the one before this one did. This one's going nowhere. Probably, if you didn't get out on the first attempt, it's probably just best to get out there. All right, so that was a lot of rambling by me. Don't see a lot of questions, but I don't mind them. So if you've got some questions, either trading related, psychology related, movie related, music related, chart related, we can talk about anything. I'll be here for another 25 minutes or so until Barry comes back. Let's check on a couple of mine and see how they're doing. Again, every time I pull this one up, all I really see is this. Congregating and hanging out above the 50 with this 10-day moving average coming up to force the issue, just like we were looking at on the 15-minute chart. I'm not concerned about that one. I'm not concerned about this one. It's just kind of doing the same thing, hanging out. Now, I do have one that I didn't show you, WWR. This one's starting to bug me a little bit. Yeah. This was the trade of the week last week, and if you recall, the stop in the trade of the week from last week is to not let the price close below the 20-day moving average, which is that one in red. So this one's going to have to do some work into the close and bounce and get through that moving average and show me a wick, show me a long reversal by the end of the day that this thing means business. Otherwise, it's going to have to be cut. All right, Charmel wants to look at Chris. Okay, so this is the one that gapped up today on a biological piece of news. Well, interesting. It's given us trouble. Based on my method right there, I probably would have got scared and closed out of that one. But look at what happened subsequently. This one's a fighter. It popped right back in there. And this is really only day number 1 on this gap. So it's not day 3 or day 4 where it could be exhausted, and something like this intraday would scare me a bit more. But you know, these are the ones that you can go either way. I'm steadfast and hold to my rules. I probably would have got out, but the fact that if you're still in, let's just play the game of, I can see what they did here, the algorithms, all right? Let's go to a 5-minute. It'll make more sense, and I'm only doing that to show and make the point here, all right? Looks like we're more interested in a game of levels here, all right, than we are in a game of moving averages. There was our low on the day right there. First low was established for the most part. Didn't get to it. These algorithms are hell-bent, let me tell you, on coming back and retesting price levels. Retest. And so whatever that level is, I'm going to say at this point, we probably don't want to see a candle close below, because as you can see, they're doing the same thing. They're kind of picking and knitting and chewing at it, trying to see if they can break the ice. If they break the ice on a 15-minute candle and we do close below, it looks like 580, what is that low? 85, 87. Yeah, anything under 85, I probably wouldn't want to see this thing close below 585 for the rest of the day. Again, what you got going for you is it's day number 1 on a big healthy gap, and this thing still has, you know, a half a day to go. It's not like I said, coming into today exhausted with 2 or 3 green candles. So you got that going for you there, Shar. Okay. TGB, yeah, Marty. that is the 50-day TGB. If you're asking me TGB, that would be the 50-day, and I'm in this one. There we go. I like to see it hold above that flattening 50-day TGB, and this rising 10 period in the next day or two is going to come up and I believe force the issue. So if you're looking for something under a couple bucks, that one might be interesting. Iris, hello. Can you think of a scanner strong pullback and reversal on high volume? That you have an and in there, and that which makes it hard. Whenever you do and then, you're basically talking about two scans. And the only thing that I have that might be interesting for intraday pullback, and it's also part of the AI package, and because I submitted it to it, it's called the quarterback. But the configuration that I have of the quarterback is probably very much different than the current AI configuration. But let's just do this. Let's just load it first. And what we can see are things that have pulled back intraday 25%. That's why it's called quarterback. It should be showing. I thought it would show me the levels. I'm sorry. I thought it would show me the arrows. It should be showing me the arrows. I don't know why it isn't. But I can give you this one. It's just things that are strong on the day, but you're only going to see the alert in real time after it makes a 25% pullback. The second part of your question is then goes back to highs on real volume. You'll basically just have to monitor it on your own doing it that way, because there's no scan that we can make that will do that, this and then do that. Well, you can make the volume as high as you want, just going to configure and putting in high relative volume. I don't know. Let's see. Let's open it and take a look. Relative volume. Yes, 50% higher relative volume than normal. So that should be good. All right, I will drop that in there for quarterback. All right. Let's see if we're caught up. What you think about AP? I'm assuming that is a stock name. AP. Okay. So we were just talking about something that could be exhausted, right? AP looks great, but do I want to jump in here and buy it at $5 after it's run from 430? I'm sorry, 590? No. No, these are the ones where if you've been in them, you should be thinking about taking profits. Now, let me assume that you were super smart, Sahari, and you've been writing this thing for a couple days. This is the moment that I start wigging out because I want to maximize my profit. I just don't feel like 2 or 3 more green days up into the 7s or 8s are in the cards until this price action works off what it just put out there, right? There's probably a lot of other people that would be just like me right here saying, when do I take profits? So this becomes a great illustration, another great example of how I use the 10-period simple moving average on a 15-minute chart. Once I'm in profit-taking mode, let's assume that I'm ready to take profits. There's a couple different ways we can do it. We can try and take profits here at round numbers of 6. Or we can also notice that this moving average is pretty darn close. We're not too far away from it, and it's not too far underneath us. But notice back here, it held. Back here, it held. So it's been holding this line, so it's safe to say when the price action stops holding this line, we want out. So I would use my simple binary method of the moment AP posts a closing candle underneath this rising 10 SMA, that's probably the time that everybody is going to be running for the exits to take their profits. There's nothing wrong with doing that. You had a great run, and that's really the only way to maximize your profit, because what if I took it off here at 6 and it runs to 650 by the end of the day? Well, then I'm going to be a little mad at myself because I didn't trade it perfectly. And by the way, nobody's ever going to trade it perfectly. If you can just take a piece out of the middle and not look back, you'll always be a happy camper. So, not knowing your position, definitely I wouldn't buy it here. I would wait for it to set up. And what do I mean by that? Well, maybe you're not in it, but you're looking. Well, this moving average is going to come up, and at some point, we're going to get back to that level where that might be an entry a 2.0, if you will, a secondary trade around or a secondary entry if you want. I just don't want to see people chasing daily charts that have had 3 long green candles. So if you've been in it, then switch to the 15-minute and use this for profit-taking mode. But don't chase. If you're a fear of missing out and you're not in it, then do what I just showed. Wait for it to maybe settle back in. And look, we can go back here at this level. I would even say you could come right here and right-click, create a price alert to let you know, hey, is this a pullback to pivot? Let me explain what a pivot is. A pivot, question mark, question mark. A pivot level is something that formerly acted as resistance, but currently acting as support. Oh, what a beautiful example. So notice how that blue line transposed from this resistance level back here. So that became resistance. And we look at the 15-minute chart. What happened when it hit it? Look at this. It broke through that blue line, came back. What did it do? Tested it. So on a 15-minute time frame, AP said, not a problem. Broke through the pivot. What was once resistance is now support on the 15. Okay, well, we can do that game too on the daily. What was once resistance at 15 could theoretically become support and also marry up at that 10 period. So you're probably 3, 4, 5 days away from that scenario if it happens, but that's what you're looking at from here. All right, Dominic, how would I set up an alert when a certain percentage of a 30-day high? Perfect. Okay, percentage off a 30-day high. This is a great question, Dominic. Let's dig deeper. Tell me exactly what you want to see. What percentage do you want to see off of a 30-day high? And I will show you how to build that. So let's just get started here in anticipation of your answer. Okay, 3% off a 30-day high. Next question is, do you want to see it as a list of ideas, or do you want to see it as a real-time alert, meaning, hey, something just pulled back and it's now 3% off of its 30-day high? Trying to catch before the actual breakout, right? So what I'm getting at is we can either go for a top list and find a list of curated ideas that will update every 30 seconds, but we want to add more criteria, of course, or we can do it as an alert that's going to come through and say, hey, the stock just made a new low, or maybe you want it making a new high 3 days. Okay, you want an alert. So do we want it to be an alert of something pulling back or an alert of something making a new high, but that new high is still 3% under a 30-day high? We're zeroing in on what you want to see here. And this is really how you would work through any alert that you want to see in real time. We're trying to figure out now, what is the event? Is the event going to be a new intraday high or a new intraday low? All right, we're going to go with high. Now, while I'm doing that, throw some other parameters in there, like, things that you also want to see: price levels, relative volume, average daily volume, things like that. And we'll start by going to the new menu, alert window, which means we're going to find something that's giving us an event. In this case, our new high is already in there, so we'll leave that as a new high. Quick qualifier. Notice we could say we want it to be a 30-day high, but that's not what Dominic's asking for. He's asking for something much more nuanced. He's saying, I want to see it before it makes a new 30-day high. So that's not what we want. So we'll clear that out and we'll keep that blank, which means all we're going to see is a new intraday high every time it makes a new intraday high. Now we got to go with the filters. So we always want to start, I think, with price. Okay, perfect timing. 5 to 25 is our price range. I'm going to suggest 500 average daily volume. That's very good. So let's go. I think it's already in there. Average daily volume, 3 months, 500,000 shares. All right, so we're weeding out the thin stuff that we don't want. Change from the close. We can't have that. We're making a new high. Let's get rid of our volume parameters here. So what we have so far is price 5 to 25, making new high, and they have to have an average daily volume of 500,000 shares over the last 3 months. And here's where the secret sauce comes in. You asked me about 30-day range. Position in range is a filter set, a family of filters that we have that you can see. I'm going to wait for it to unfreeze here. That you can see is sorted by time frames. We can look at a 15-minute time frame and call that a position in range, or we can look at something as long as 2 years, 1 year, what have you. So let's scroll down. Ooh, I thought we had 30 days, but look at this. We have 20 day. I thought we had a 1 month. Well, this might put a bit of a wrinkle in it. Instead, we're going to have to do position in 20 day, because this is what I was going to show you, the power of the position and range. Unfortunately, I thought we had a 30 day. So add that filter, and this is how you would do it. We would say no more than 100 percentile. So let's define that. When we have a position and range, we turn it into a percentile. 0 becomes the low of that said range, and 100 becomes the high of that said range. So we're going to look back 20 days. And if you think about it, 20 days is really 1 month, but it's just 20 days of trading. That range we're going to define by doing this, 97 percentile to 100. So we're only going to see the things that are trading in the 97th percentile, 98th, 99th, and 100th. As soon as it makes a new 20-day high, we're no longer going to see it. So I understand what you're getting at, and a lot of people use this to try and do the same thing. They might do it with a 10-day or a 5-day range. In this case, we're going to do it with the 20. So we would have 97 percentile and 100-day range. I'm going to go ahead and add one more wrinkle and just say, in terms of volume, let's say we at least want to see things doing normal volume, which would be a relative volume count of 1. Okay, nothing that's asleep today. Summary, we'll give it a name. Almost a new 20-day high, because that's what it is. Let's click OK and see what we get. All right, the latest thing to come through here was VRRM. Well, this is cool too. Look at this, because when I click this, look at that red line. What's that red line and how did it come from? Well, let me explain that. And this works very well for what you're looking for it to do there, Dominic. You'd like to know where's the nearest resistance. Well, the red line is essentially calculating the nearest level of resistance for you. So when I click into something, let's go to a history today. MAT. If we click on MAT, look at that. You see how that red line is looking back? It's literally drawing off of that high. So the red line, when you click the symbol inside of a scan that is in fact a new high, it will give you the nearest level of resistance. And since Dominic had me create this looking for things that are close to breaking out of ranges, it seems like we're getting alerted to these new highs right underneath that critical red line, and it's going to be different for each of these. Some of them are going to be close, some of them are going to be farther away. There, series counting back 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 days, but letting you know it's making intraday highs here. And it didn't tell us this morning, but it started to tell us as it got close to that red line. So I'm really kind of pleased the way this came out, Dominic, other than the fact that we could not get you a 30-day filter. We can work off a 20, but it definitely shows you, it definitely shows you how you can use that position and range filter to try and corral prices in a certain range of things that you want to see. So let's go ahead and put this back on real time, and I see Iris is of course itching to get her hands on this as well. So we'll drop this in there, save and share, copy all, and this is the almost a 20-day high scan. But that was a great question. I really appreciate you coming in and asking that, Dominic. It allowed me to really demonstrate for some people how you go through walking through a concept and then applying it to the tools and the proper tool and the proper filters to get what it is that you want to see. I mean, we know there's 8,000 symbols in the market coming at us like a fire hose, a fire hose of data. And what Trade Ideas does is it just turns that down to a nominal trickle that you can manage and only see the stuff you want to see. All right, looks like that's in there in the cloud links in the YouTube chat. That's already saved, so we'll go ahead and drop that. All right, I'll be here for another 5 minutes or so for anybody that wants to put in a last minute request, a chart, or a last minute idea. Is that WWR giving me any relief? No. Oh, look what it did though. It went and tagged the 50. That's starting to look a little reversal-ish. We'll see. And look at how it's exactly what a weak stock should do. And I'm sitting here, sitting in it. Hit that 10-period moving average and slammed to lows. But daily chart, we now have picked up the 50. And it appears that WWR in the past has also acknowledged the presence of the 50. So let's see if we can hold that this time. If it can't hold here and it closes a new low, I'm out. There's just no way to stay in this thing. And I'm a little disappointed because a lot of these smaller uranium and rare earth companies were really running, and it appears that they passed over WWR. Didn't want to give that one any love. Just reading through my support thread here at Trade Ideas. If anybody was having issues this morning with a support ticket or live chat, we were having a major issue with our platform, and it looks like they acknowledged it and they have fixed our server issues. So if you're having any trouble in the live chat, you can go back. It'll be working. All right, Marty, I've got a good swing alert window. I'm trying to set up a short alert window. Any recommendations? Marty, and are you aware of because you can't post in here, I would ask you to send your link in, but you can't. I can't receive them. Have you considered going into your alert and maybe not. Where is it? There we go. I'll take. No, that's the top list window too. Well, it doesn't matter. Any scan you have, whether it's a top list window or an alert, you'll notice in the configuration window we have a button down here called Flip. And that's a pretty cool device. It basically inverts your entire long strategy and makes it the exact mirror in a short strategy. So if you were buying stocks that pulled back and dipped into the 10-period moving average, and that was your alert right there to buy and go long, you hit that flip button, and all it does is the opposite. Prices are bouncing up into the declining 10-period average. You hit that to go short, and the flip button will do that for you. So I don't know if that translates into what you're asking. You know, you said you've got you're all set with your long swing scans, but I have a good swing alert window, but I'm trying to set up a short alert window. I assume you mean a short directional strategy to go short, or do you mean a short term idea? Tried flipping and didn't work. The back test was bad. Well, I'm going to go ahead and suggest that probably is normal. The strategy that works well for you is working really well in this up market that we have. And if you flip it and say do the opposite, it probably doesn't work well in this market. So I don't really have anything that I'm going to that's shorting. I'm basically just playing the forehand, to use a tennis or a racquetball analogy. I'm just standing there hitting forehands. But there will come a time when the market does turn, and some of the newbie traders, you're going to have to relearn a lot of new things, and that's when it gets hard. I'll tell you a story I saw when I was learning how to trade back in the late 90s. saw some traders come in from Texas that were just the big guns, and they sat down and I watched them just print money, tens of thousands of dollars, sometimes 50, sometimes 100. Just blew my mind. And wow, those guys were amazing. Well, 5 years later, after the market turned, 9/11, and all the bad stuff, and the market got come to hear, oh yeah, I remember so and so, so and so. Yeah, they blew up. I thought, what? How the hell could somebody so good blow up? I'll tell you exactly how. They could not make the transition. And that's what I was alluding to earlier. When the market does transition from a bull market to a bear market, that's the biggest test for any trader, because some people are adept and pulling back and saying, whoop, that doesn't work anymore. Some people are not. They say, why isn't this working anymore? And they keep going back to the same thing, and you get the Einstein definition of insanity, doing the same thing, expecting a different result. So just keep that in the back of your mind. What's working now, you should work. If you don't have a short strategy that you can't, mint and make work for you, then that means there might not be much there. I'm not focused on trying to short things right now, because you're literally saying, I'm going to take my canoe and I'm going to stick it in this current, and I'm going to point my canoe upstream, and I'm going to paddle like hell. Or you can just relax and stop paddling and let the current point your canoe downstream and start maneuvering downstream. That's what we're doing going along in this market. We're maneuvering downstream with the current. Trying to find shorts is not probably the best advice, and so I really don't have anything I could share with you. All right, last question before I bring Barry back in. Yeah, you got to be ready. Profit factor was 0.3. Yeah, I hear you, Marty. You're going to have to go back to the, when things flip on their head upside down, save that strategy and flip it, and then start back testing it after a month of bear market and see how it works for you. All right, last question for Elliot before I bring Barry back in. Will Holly moderate mode hold the trades off until the end of the day? It'll hold you off until 10 minutes to the end of the day, and we can confirm that right here. I'll show you that. When we go to the strategy, notice the time stop, 12:45. These are my Pacific times, by the way. 3:45, 3:45, 3:50, 3:45. So they will basically hold on all the way into 15 to 10 minutes into the close. And the AI will never close and take home a position long. The only way that you can do that if you're trading them is to disable the time stop. And the time stop will allow you to not get out automatically. And you can take the trade home into the next day. All right, I just gave Barry the heads up there that I'm done. So when he takes over, you guys will be watching him. So thanks for tuning in, everybody. I will see you guys either later today at my afternoon webinar or next time, next Tuesday. Thank you.
Feed, I was talking in the other room, we're talking about GMDA making a move now, maybe trying to get back to the high of yesterday, getting closer. Low float, 27 million in the float. Great alert from the AI for GoGo. 1158, 1148, all the way up to, what was the high here? 1289. Great alert. Still can't see any news for it. That's funny, Luther. Okay. Well, that may be true, but you cannot deny the fact that what a run it had. Okay, those of you who follow this a lot more closely than I do, this Gores guy, what is this next one? That was, I think that was his last one. He's a little bit like the guy with the IPO, ABC, etc. and he's got a bunch of them. Anybody know what his next one is that's still a SPAC? Because that is his, LAZR, that is his. I think GKK follows that pretty closely. Because it's interesting. I mean, you just follow the money. I mean, whatever his next one is, you can rest assured that regardless of the merits, people will buy it because they just saw what happened with this. I'm talking about Gores or Gore. Just give me a moment. Gores, I'm sorry. His last name is Gores. So he's got a bunch of them. So he did this one. It was a SPAC before. Look at Tusk. So he'll have another one. And he may have had several. But his last one was this one. It turned into LAZR. Is what for a swing trade, Cyber K? I'm just talking about. I'm not talking about laser as a trade. I'm just talking about this guy Gores who has a lot of these, several anyway. Wondering what his next one will be. All right, guys, it is now time for me to do my video. So I'm just going to pop that into the room. All right, if you want to follow my videos, just click on my homepage link and daily recap. Okay, there it is. All free, of course. Probably get it a couple of hours after I finish, sent to your email. All right, guys, I'll put myself on mute right now. All right, guys, I'm back. William, how come you went back to William S. and not William Squirrel? Out of curiosity. All right, guys. Let's see. Getting anything new? Yeah, I'm not a big expert on short squeezes. Okay, I mean that the term gets thrown around like nothing. You know, short squeeze taking place. You know, it has to be a real catalyst. But so I'm not really an expert on whether something is a short squeeze or not. We can look at the short float. You know, I mean, if there's a high short float, as an example, I mean GME. I know somebody mentioned this earlier. This has earnings. Now this is has earnings after hours today. Now obviously, I mean, if they have blowout earnings or the reaction to earnings is incredible, with that with 138%, you have to look it up. Naked shorting, not shorting with no clothes on, but naked shorting. Look it up. That's how it can be over 100%. Yeah, so I mean, I think that, I mean, if GameStop has like something that is just unbelievable in terms of their earnings, which I doubt, but there, it's not so. It's the reaction. I mean, what if it took out all this? If it popped up $10 or some crazy thing? Sure, with that short float, you're going to get a lot of panic covering. Okay, LQDT, LQDT. Look at this one starting to move. Well, what a week it's had. LQDT, or maybe really just the day. LQDT, and this is an earnings play. Actually, did not see this at all in the pre-market. Really didn't do very much. Earnings play, LQDT. Low float, 25 million. Not incredible volume, 6 times normal, but not incredible volume. We've seen this one before, of course. You know, these 2 weeks right here where it screamed higher, had the big pullback. But now today, on earnings, it is moving higher. LQDT. Yeah, so LXRX is, you know, could be because, I mean, it had a news catalyst. You know, and 24% float short, and it had a catalyst with the big upgrade from Citigroup to $6. Hard for me to answer that question, Mustafa. I have a question from the YouTube feed. And it says, "Are brokers with no fees worth it?" I don't know. I mean, I use Interactive Brokers still, so they charge that little, you know, half a cent a share. I have no idea if they're worth it or not. Maybe others can chime in. And I'm always of the mind that you get what you pay for, but okay, I've got a big emphatic yes. Free commissions are great. I suppose it depends who. All right, so these are some opinions coming in. So there are some using E-Trade, Fidelity, with free commissions. I can't believe IB is not doing. I mean, they have their IB Lite, but it's hard for me to believe that they're still not going. Don't get Robinhood, okay? And exactly, you know what, Frank? That is an excellent, excellent point. One's success should not be determined by your brokerage fees, okay? I mean, it's nice to have free commissions, but that's not going to make you successful just because you've got free commissions. So there you have it, Mustafa. We had some comments from the other room. Well, Mustafa, it's hard for me to answer that question. What difference will it make in terms of trading? I mean, you have no commissions. I mean, I'm not sure. Again, if you're a scalper only trying to get 2 or 3 cents a trade, a trade, I guess it makes a difference. But it's impossible for me to answer that question. For me, it makes no difference at all to my style of trading. What was their offering? Unstoppable, $5 billion. Wow, $5 billion offering? What was the price? Yeah, I mean, if you're into buying 10,000 shares of a stock, like a really cheap stock, and you're willing to make only 2 or 3 cents, yeah, I mean, obviously free commission is going to make a big difference. But other than that, I honestly don't think if that is, as somebody pointed out, if that's the make or break for you to make money in the market, then you just can't trade then, or you shouldn't be trading. Okay, BCRX. I just don't know how much more room it's got. I mean, you know what? I mean, it does have room to 8, I guess. Look at the monthly chart. It does have some room to $8 or so. BCRX. You are welcome, Mustafa. Yeah, I'm looking at Neuro. I've got it thumbnailed. I see it is trying to bounce off $3. Not trying, but I'd be a little bit, weary right here. Right where it got to. Look at that 2-minute chart. A little bit of action right there. It did pop a little bit above that, but right there. And then the next level would be 324. So I wish you well. Well, of course, the learning process should be here. The learning process should be trading with no money in the line. Use our simulator. Uses our real-time data, so it doesn't matter what broke, but it's real-time data. Practice trading before you commit money to the market, whether or not you have to pay for commissions or not. Okay, guys, G-Tech. This had a kind of an interesting day yesterday. Got all the way up to 1130, about 1150 or so. Sold way off, trying to come back over the whole number, G-Tech. Crazy, crazy low float. 1 million in the float. Lots of volume for it. And volume coming into G-Tech, GTEC. Tough spread. 907, 920 right now for G-Tech. All right, well, what a day Blink has had. I mean, look at this pre-market, big move higher, sold off. Now it's bounced $3. My guess is that Plug, you're talking about Plug, does it look the same? No, no. Wow, no kidding, Plug has had a great day. I mean, only one, I mean, a little red candle there, and only one red candle there, otherwise straight up. How about Fuel Cell? Fuel Cell exactly the same, and let's take a look at Ballard. Yeah, so Fuel Cell, Ballard, and Plug, kind of the same. And of course the SPY at an all-time high, I think. Yep, all-time high again. Still a bit of a tough spread for LQDT. It's tightened up a little bit, 6 cents now. Be interesting to see what this one does tomorrow. If we have a second day continuation after earnings for LQDT. I don't know if there's a, it's very soon, Airbnb and also DoorDash, very, very soon. Is it next week? Oh, tomorrow. Oh, there you go. Okay. So DoorDash is tomorrow also. So both of them are tomorrow. That should be exciting. Nice to have a non-SPAC IPO. Okay, there you go. So the dream, well, you know what? Why don't I just look? At my IPO listings and see if they're there. And see what the pricing is. Okay, so wow. So DoorDash, yikes. This is going to be out of most people's, well, you never know. But this is what I'm looking at here. So there's DoorDash right there, $33 million, $90. And that is tomorrow. And then there's Airbnb, 51 million shares at 56 to 60. But it seems like they're going to open higher, both of them. So obviously some big names, Morgan Stanley, Goldman behind Airbnb, and Goldman and JP behind DoorDash. Well, I don't know. We have that DoorDash is on tomorrow, no, not today. So. I mean, it's choppy. I don't know what I can say about VLDR. It's just choppy right now. I mean, if you're talking about intraday, I mean, look at the 15-minute. Got some topping tails, bottoming tails. Look at the 2. It's just kind of, the best I can say if you're looking to go long is that, break out of here on volume, might get it at least back up to that 20. Oh, that's 22. Wow. That's a big, that'd be a big pop. But it's very choppy right now. Depends what you're talking about. If you're talking intraday, I mean, it's really, really choppy. Wow. One big wow. Boy, that's a oh man, oh man. $100 stock with 13 million in the float. Yikes. Not shortable for me. So I can't be too upset. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. So they had a 150 million. So they announced after hours yesterday a $150 million stock offering. So obviously, and that was after hours. No reaction. So I guess current investors said, you know what? We like that you're raising money for all the right reasons, I guess. I don't think I've seen this one before. It's an IPO back here. So a late alert, 2888, even that's not too bad. 2888, 2913 right now. I know why it's a late alert. The relative volume is only one, so one of the filters I have in here, it has to be at least one. So even though it was moving higher and higher and higher, until it hit 2888, the relative volume was still not under or was not over one. That was that trade of the week doing. Well, guys, this will not be counted in our stats unless it got within 2 cents, I think, of the trigger, $62. So it will not be counted in our statistics if it doesn't hit 62 later on today. It's literally within 2 cents, right, Frank? Oh, I thought the trigger was 62 cents. I guess I'm wrong. Or 62 cents, $62. I thought the trigger was $62. Yeah, so I'm just looking here. Didn't it get to 61.98? I think we're talking the same thing, Frank. No, I understand, but if the trigger if the trigger is $62, it looks like today it got up to 61.98. That to me that looks like the high. So it came within 2 cents of triggering, right? Maybe that was the high yesterday. I don't know. Yeah, that was the high yesterday. So again, for our statistics, if the trade of the week does not trigger in either Monday or Tuesday, then it's not counted in our statistics that we're keeping track of. Doesn't mean you can't trade it. Okay, Frank, this had to be yesterday then. Or maybe it wasn't yesterday. I'm sorry, because that is the month. Okay, so what are we? Monday? We're Tuesday. Okay. Let me go back. No, you're right. This is pre-market. Okay, you are right. This is so that must have been early. This must have been in the first week. It got up to 61.98. Yeah, okay, you're right. Look at LQDT on the move here. What's the spread like now at the dime? Be interesting to see this one tomorrow. I mean, look at the room it's got, and it'll be a see if it's a second day continuation of earnings. Yeah, for our statistics, what we've been doing is we've been keeping track of the trades of the week. We went back to April. So if it triggered a Monday or Tuesday, then we've created a graph, plotted out what would have happened if you committed, say, $10,000 to the trade of the week and then sold it on Friday, and then the following week do the same thing. But if it doesn't trigger on Monday or Tuesday, then it's just not counted in those stats. And the stats have been pretty incredible. Obviously, I mean, if the trade of the week triggers on Wednesday or Thursday, and you want to take it, of course you can. But we thought it'd be an interesting exercise to see what would have happened. Yeah, this boy, it got as high as what, 27 odd. I remember this one for sure. Yeah, I never know how to answer questions like that. Thoughts on something when it, I mean, you either believe in this industry or not, right? It's having. Are you talking about intraday? Are you talking about long-term hold? So what do you mean when you ask about the thoughts? I mean, if you believe that this EV sector is just going to keep going, and charging stations are going to be, for the future, then obviously something like this. I mean, what did it hit? $34 last week or last month? What an awesome short. Man, oh man, what an awesome short for you. Wrong symbol. ISGM maybe? There we go. And that's what that fancy broker you've got that has shorts. Aha, I'm watching. What do I have? Spotify on, and they just did a big ad for DoorDash. And good eve to you, Thomas. All right, guys. Today is Tuesday, so you know what that means. So a marketing session at 2 o'clock, so about 13 minutes from now. Still have an eye on the GMDA, see if it takes out those recent highs, GMDA. I think it'll be interesting to watch this one tomorrow to see if it takes out the high of yesterday. This might be just a rest day. I mean, look at the day it had. 7:48 all the way up to 11. Boy, I should have. Who cares about the spread? I mean, look at LQDT. I think I first mentioned it right around here, around 1320. Actually, it would have been 1330. 1330 right there from that alert right there. 1330, 1372 right now. All right, HEPA, 9 million in the float. 6.5 million traded, maybe trades the float by the end of the day. 18 times normal. Look at the room. What's the high right there on that daily chart? Is 171. So it's just above that high right there. What's the high there? Is 172, 171. Big area, guys, right there for HEPA. I mean, if it can really clear through here, look at the room it's got. HEPA. The 200-day is up here, so that's far enough away. Just a real cheap one, but man, it is trying. Look at the volume that came in today. Yeah, X has been a little bit choppy. Let's see if it regains this. Okay, thank you for that, Shank. Yeah, it looks like there's a lot of resistance right around here. I mean, look at this, 421 for YRD. A couple of highs right there. A little bit higher here at 425. Yeah, I mean, it'd be really interesting if it could get up into the, say, the teens. Like 412, 415 as a short. Fubo TV, where are you out of? one moment, please. Okay. What's the name of that electric boat company? GKK, you know the one. Starts with a V, I think. VMAR. Okay, thank you. So somebody asked in the YouTube feed, VMAR. Okay, that's for you, Rajiv. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. Couple of minutes. All right, guys. Back, and let's take a look at, how did GTech end up? Drop. Wow, it's a big one. Another one, HCCH, another SPAC. Very spotty though, looking at the 2-minute chart. Some of these have just been incredible. Look at this. I mean, there's typically these SPACs come out at right at $10. I don't know if they have to, but they all seem to come out right at $10. Really didn't do anything for all this time. And then all of a sudden last month, I don't know who they're looking at. Let's take a look. Ahead of Fusion Fuel. Fusion Fuel. So sounds interesting. Wow. The year of the SPAC. All right, guys, I'm going to just put the announcement in. I'm still here, but the marketing meeting will start very soon. Oh, I see. I see why you saw Yorenda. Look at these. I mean, these have been so choppy. Look at Nile. Look at the pop now for Nile. XPEV. Let's see if XPEV did the same thing. Kind of. How about LI? Yeah, definitely Nio had a bigger pop. Okay, guys, I am going to put myself on mute now. All right, guys, I'm back. That was a long meeting, long meeting. So just about ready to wrap it up. Let me just get rid of the announcement. And definitely watching, you know what, guys, tomorrow, GMDA, just keep an eye on it, all right? GMDA, see how it trades in the pre-market. And it has really made a nice comeback. I mean, it's got all the way down to 885. So it has almost tacked on $2 since then. I'm interested, obviously, because of what it did yesterday. If it can take out 11 tomorrow, look at that big bottoming tail. Maybe all the sellers are gone. And so I'd be watching this one tomorrow. See if it takes out that 11. So we'll watch this, watch it after hours. Watch it in the pre-market to see how strong it is. Oh, okay. Load your scans if they stay on my account. So you're talking, Dave? You're talking about here? Let me just get my home page up and running. All right. So you're talking about here, my scans that are from my home page, right here. These are just individual scans. So when you load it, it'll show up on your screen, and then you can either choose to, what I would do if you like it, I would save each individual scan to the cloud, but then you can also incorporate it as part of your, in your layout. So I'm not sure I quite understand your question. No. I mean, no, you don't have to load every day. No, I don't change them. They're usually the same. I haven't made any changes. You can, of course, as I say all the time, I mean, if you load my basic new highs and lows, you right click on it, configure, you can, and summary, then you can see the filters I'm using. Now you may have a different idea, but a price range you want to look at, a volume. So you, of course, can make changes, but no, you don't have to load them every day. No. Okay, the only way you can do that, you have to take out any one of my scans that has a relative volume filter in. You'd have to take it out, as an example. But why not for the pre-market? Why not just use the? I've got two called one's the gap up shared, gap down shared. Those work in the pre-market without doing anything. Okay, but like this one. I mean, it has a relative volume filter in, so it's not going to work in the pre-market. You'd have to take out anything that has a relative volume filter in. You'd have to take it out. Then you'd have to add, a post-market or a pre-market high or post-market high, things like that. I have nothing for the post-market, but why not just use our channel bar for that? Click New, Channel Bar, and then scroll all the way to the bottom here, and after hours. You can use that for after hours. And then you can use this one. If you get in my scans, you can use gap up and down, shared. These work in the pre-market, and of course the pre-market actives work. Up and down work. So these four actually work in the pre-market right there, without having to do anything to any of the other scans. So I saw you guys talking about Penn as I was in that meeting, so it got halted. New for news. Oh, I see. So it is, and obviously some pretty negative news coming out. Boy, this was what a great alert. Look at this one, just flying now, LQDT, flying. The original alert way back here, 1330. Well, I had an alert earlier than that, but this is because this is a revised version that starts after 1230. Do you think it's going to get to 1520? Oh, it might, yeah. Well, it did. So you're short. And Perry keeps going. Wow. Some unbelievable moves. This is what I was talking about, guys. You know, I'm too late now, but this is what I was talking about. Some of these really, really high flyers early on, and then they I mean, I'm not saying this is flatline, but they kind of rest, and then all of a sudden they get active again in the last couple of hours of the day. And with volume, look at the volume that's coming in. I mean, it's not the same as the opening hour of volume, but I mean, it's still compared to the previous 3 hours or so. This is a big volume pop. And it seems to happen every single day. One or two or even three or four of these flyers that just kind of sit and do nothing for an hour or so. All of a sudden they get active again. So the best way to track them is to, when you see these flyers at the beginning of the day, and then they start, just put a price alert. Just put a price alert. You could put a price alert, say at 1074 right here. And then if you get the alert, then you see, okay, great. Is it from volume? And this would have been a confirmation that this is going up in volume, as an example. Great way to use our price alerts. So you don't have to be following. You don't have to have it thumbnailed or anything. Okay, guys, I'll be shutting this down at 3 p.m. unless there are some questions, of course. All right, guys, I don't see any other questions, so that is it. Interesting day. As always, so I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. Thanks a lot for all the help. Have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern. Bye-bye.